District. It is October the 7th at 1 o'clock. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman.
We have a quorum. We're ready to do business. First up is reading the letters.
Okay.
Secretary, if you would start with the reschedule requests, Rockport Land Trust.
Yeah, got that one. Okay. October 5th, letter was written, Rockport Land Trust. It's an address in Austin, Texas. Request to change time of hearing on 6 accounts. Dear Mr. Chairman, I was scheduled to meet with the review board on October 5th, 2021 at 3 o'clock. I have a conflict as I have been requested to be at a ribbon cutting ceremony concerning this property. I would like to come by the appraisal district at 4:30 on the 7th. He wants to do them today at 4:30.
That's what he's indicating.
Okay,
We're going to be here.
we're gonna be here, so,
Yes,
yeah.
I had, just to give a little bit of background, I told him, that any request for reschedules had to be put before me. But I also did tell that representative, there was somebody else calling on his behalf. I told that person, we had a full docket. We already have affidavits and telephone hearings for the 3 o'clock docket, which
Okay.
we're going to push into 4-ish anyway. That we're probably, this board is probably going to be here and would hear it in a timely fashion anyway. Furthermore, he does have an affidavit of evidence on record for the aforementioned accounts.
Counts, okay. I would say if we get running past 6 or so, I do have things to do, but yeah, fine, stay until then. So I'm gonna move then that we grant Rockport Land Trust hearings this afternoon for the property ID 24162, 8821-889, 890, 891, 892, and 893.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay, second one dated September 9th, RE 214 7th Street, account number 19570, owned by Steve Crocker. Dear Appraisal Review Board, thank you for rescheduling my hearing on October 7th. I will be on oxygen till October 6th, and the doctor has scheduled a medical procedure on October 7th here in Houston at Methodist Hospital. By October 14th, I should be completely healed, off oxygen, and ready to travel. I really would like to appear, and I kindly ask you reschedule one more time. Thanks for your consideration. Steve Crocker.
Timely.
What was the date?
It was September 9th, so
Oh, yeah.
about a month ago. Yeah,
He was supposed to appear a month ago.
you're supposed to appear today. So he wrote
Today.
a month in advance to tell us he wouldn't be here.
How many reschedules do you normally allow?
When are we doing?
One.
Because this is the second.
Yeah.
So,
as many times as
yeah,
the board wants, if it's good
if it's
cause.
good cause.
Okay. Good cause. Okay, well,
He would be coming then whenever.
whenever we
Whenever.
reschedule.
Whenever we schedule another meeting.
Yeah.
Seems like he has very good cause, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's timely, so. Okay, so I make a move then on account number 19570 that we grant Mr. Steve Crocker reschedule for his hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
DS Renninger dated September 24, 2021.
Account number?
Account number.
It's the first one, 65177
Okay,
is the folder in your thing.
Okay, so for account 65177, Please accept this letter as a request and demand to be heard to defend and present evidence to show that my proposed property tax is based upon inaccurate information. The information I received for a hearing for 2021 has an incorrect property line on the map. Doesn't include current pandemic and other values, as well as includes information on other properties, which has no relevance to my property and its value. For example, the nearest residence listed on Club Lake Drive was completely remodeled from the recent hurricane. In addition, all of the residences and or businesses are not near my street, and there was no information provided which explained how these properties affect or relate to my property values and or tax. For the record and my defense, I did not complete an affidavit for a telephone hearing because the way the instructions described it, it was my understanding an affidavit is not required. My understanding is an affidavit is only required if evidence is being submitted. The appraisal district had several weeks to a month or longer to contact me via telephone prior to the hearing date to inform me of needing an affidavit, even without evidence being submitted, but did not do so. In addition, the entire purpose of conducting a telephone hearing defeats my intentions of not being at risk of COVID exposure if I'm required to go into a public environment to have an affidavit completed to later have a telephone hearing to avoid COVID exposure, especially when all local hospitals are over capacity. Medical facilities in the community are seeing COVID outbreaks, both my partner and myself are at a medical profile risk for COVID. An affidavit doesn't verify a person over the telephone. A person answering personal identifying questions is a better aid to identify a person over the telephone in real time. In addition, it is extremely difficult for me to get around in public as I have a spinal injury and am paralyzed, being confined to a wheelchair and bed. Having to go into public places to complete an affidavit presents a mobility hardship as well as increases my exposure to COVID by up to 100%. In either case, it is my right as a property owner to defend the case against me for unfair property values and or taxes based upon incorrect and non-relevant information, especially when I am not allowed to present my case or discuss the information. Therefore, I should be allowed to have a hearing to defend my case. Signed, Dustin Renninger.
There's no rationale on there for why he didn't.
Provide an affidavit.
I wanted to let you know that there's two other documents in that folder. You as a board have already responded on August 26th, 2021. You can read that response. Read your letter. After considering your request, it was decided that the reason did not constitute a good cause for a new hearing to be granted. So this board on August 26th of 2021 sent a letter out to Mr. Renninger for a no-show. And in that letter is also in that folder. It was a Gmail letter on the day of, not prior to. So that's your background, and you can make whatever decision that you want to.
Look, I'm a little confused. This
He
problem
was
is
a-
getting an affidavit.
I'd like to generally say in response to that, this board has heard many times about the instructions to show for a hearing, and it's kind of a bulletproof thing. You can either come and show, you can either send an affidavit and you don't have to show, or you can send a telephone affidavit in which you have the right to pick up the phone and call. But in those cases, those last, the telephone hearing, you have to do a telephone affidavit. You have to do an affidavit.
You don't have to come here to do that though. Can't you mail that in?
Of course.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, the only part of the affidavit that requires any kind of interaction is you have to go to notary public to indicate that you That's part of the affidavit
Yes.
process.
Okay.
So he's
Be-
saying he can't do that, basically.
Well, he did not do it in a timely fashion or on the day of, or to my knowledge, ever. He never turned in an affidavit for his evidence. So you don't have to show, and then the burden of proof lies on the district if you turn in an affidavit. He didn't turn in an affidavit to the best of my knowledge. The case was a no-show. And then he wrote an email. It says, I would like to postpone my protest. This board heard it. They wrote a letter, you wrote a letter, and this is his second letter.
We need to reject it.
Yeah, I don't see good
He's
cause
already been
here.
told once, and the
Yeah.
fact that he's presenting all this information is.
It's immaterial to the subject at hand, a lot of it. Okay. I move then on account number 65177 for the letter dated September 24th, 2021 from Dustin Menninger that we not allow him a reschedule there.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Account 65177, I think it was.
That was this one.
No, the next
Oh,
one.
the next one, okay. Account 16344. Jeffrey W. and L. Denise Dickinson. Victoria, Texas. I mailed in protesting the amount of our taxes went up dated May 4th, 2021. I had not received any notice of a hearing, so I called the office September 3rd, 2020. She informed me that I was sent an email that our hearing was set for June 1st. I never received the email and tried checking my spam, but did not find anything. I thought in section 5 that it would be in person or over the phone. And when I checked section 6, that was how the results would be sent back to me. Not realizing that would be how you would reach me to set up a hearing. Last time they called me and we took care of things over the phone. Is there any way of setting another hearing over the phone if possible? The county raised my appraised value $106,777 over the last year, and we have not done any improvements to the property since last year and feel that it is unfair and an unfair amount to be raised in 1 year time, especially since my neighbors are not raised that much. Thank you, and please contact me, Denise Dickinson.
Again, for a little bit of reference, there's two other documents attached in that folder. One is the property appraisal notice of protest. It's what they sent into us. And if you'll notice the highlighted sections on section 6, it says, I request my notice of hearing to be delivered, check one box. And notice that the box that they checked was by email. And they have to provide an email. And, you know, they gave us that email at the top that's written.
Okay.
The other document is the email sent for hearing notification. This is our proof that we sent the email for the notice. So when a person indicates by their notice of protest, hey, I wish to protest, and notify me by email, we notify them by email. This is our evidence that we sent the email.
He's saying he didn't get.
He's saying he didn't get
And the email address, you checked it to be sure that it looked like what was on the form.
I looked at it and yes, yeah, it was assuming that's a small L,
Right.
the rest of it. I know they put a capital L. Believe all emails can be lowercase.
Yeah, that's the spelling we have.
Do you track bounces?
Yes, if we get something back, we definitely look at that.
Yahoo is one of the domains that would issue a bounce notice. Some
Sure.
don't.
We're on Gmail
Well,
for this.
but the
But
bounce
the
would come
recipient-
from
the
from
recipient.
Yahoo, exactly.
Okay.
So it's not like a bounce didn't get sent if it was an incorrect address. At least that's what I
Again, for the record, the subject property owner indicated the manner in which they wanted to receive the notice. It was delivered in such fashion and they were a no-show.
And I think the notice is pretty darn clear.
And
Just, you know,
we have no way of knowing whether he really got it.
well, part of this, I'm sorry. go ahead.
Yeah, I was
We
gonna say,
assume he got it, didn't
we
come back,
have
so-
evidence that we sent it. It's
Yeah,
just
I
like
know.
we have evidence that we sent something in a mail, like regular mail.
Yeah, his, part of what he said was that he didn't realize that the email would have been sent to schedule the hearing, even though he checked it.
Yeah.
He thought it would be a way to communicate with him, but the form you submit says specifically for the hearing dates.
Can't the same time. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on property ID 16344. That we not grant Jeffrey and Denise Dickinson a rescheduled hearing.
All in favor?
Aye. The next one is property ID 401-13479.
13479. Got it.
This is dated August 18th, so close to 2 months old. Dear Michael Soto, or to whom it may concern, I'm writing you to request a new hearing on an appraisal of the reference property at 2207 Bay House condominiums. There has been a big misunderstanding. We filed the notice of protest on May 6, 2021. We thought the value should stay the same as the previous year, $146,060, because as of January 2020, there was no work completed to rebuild the unit from Hurricane Harvey destruction. In the past, we have called and negotiated the value of this unit over the phone, and that completed the process. This year, when Dennis Reese spoke with Ray Presley on the phone to discuss, we accepted a valuation of $179,050, $32,990 over the 2019 evaluation. We understood that, as in the past, when the offer was accepted, there would be no need for a hearing. When we received a notice of estimated taxes from Anna Marshall, County Tax Assessor Collector, Dennis checked the Aransas County appraisal and found that the valuation of $266,920 had not changed. This property is uninhabitable. It has not been rebuilt or refurnished. Some work has been completed at this point, but it will not be completed until hopefully the end of this year. Therefore, due to this miscommunication, we request a new hearing date. There is a boatload of stuff behind it here. There's a construction contract dated 11/25/20. Lee Construction Services dated 11/25/20 for cost of various things, cabling, electrical, internet cabling, sheetrock and paint, trim and cabinets, flooring, countertop showers, etc. There are pictures taken, it says, on autumn of 2020. A substantially unfinished, down to studs. So it sounds like he's talking about a 2020 evaluation, not a 2021.
The letter is in reference to he actually had a hearing in which he was a no-show. So that's not inferred in the letter, but is that correct? He was a no-show.
Yes,
Yeah,
it would be.
yeah, and if you look at the next letter, it's the appraiser response. So Val and Ray, Ray's one of our appraisers,
Okay,
had some discussion. Mr. Lauder wrote a letter of misunderstanding in 2021 that you had agreed at 179,000 and change. I have attached documents and that it came in the mail September 4th. There was an inquiry that was closed, and in there we put expecting protest.
Oh, inquiry.
It was an inquiry that said expecting protest. So apparently he did not have a case because he never filed a protest. There was, and then Ray's response here at the top says, the settlement waiver was never printed due to Miss Lauder's assistant not calling me back. In my original conversation with Mr. Lauder's assistant, I discussed what value I would put on the account due to the condo not being complete. The owner was not ready to accept the offer, therefore I did not send a settlement waiver. I thought it best to schedule them for a hearing since we did not come to an agreement on value. So there's very many times early in the season where we get on the phone and you have a discussion back and forth. I can go to this number, no, that's not gonna work for me. We just close, we say, okay, you should file a protest.
okay.
Close the account, put expecting protest. And then it's incumbent upon the property owner to file the protest.
Which was not done. in
Which
this
was not
case.
done.
Okay.
And so at this point, you can, as an ARB, give them,
They didn't file a protest.
They did file a protest?
yeah, but they didn't. Oh.
Well, so maybe as a result of the inquiry. But it does say in the letter that this is an RE into tax year 2021. At the
Okay.
top of their letter to
Did
us.
they file the
Okay.
protest?
Yes, and they were no shows.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So they were, thank you for that information. So they did file a protest, but they were a no-show. But it, somewhere in their head, they thought that they had the number of 179
From previous year. Or from this year.
from this year, because it was a conversation that they had.
That didn't get
Okay.
recorded because-
But again, Ray's telling you that he put expecting protest. At that point, it's out of his bailiwick.
Right.
And so then it comes to the hearing and he's a no-show. Now he has a letter indicating, now, it's okay for you to tell him that his claim may or may not fall under section 25 of the property tax code, but he would then have to send another letter to request the 2025 hearing, because he doesn't specify it in this, he's just giving you values. He's not saying a correction to the roll over a third or over a quarter. He's not making any one of those claims.
Well-
So, but it's okay for you to respond to him and tell him that he has that available prior to the delinquency date.
When was the protest scheduled for?
Go ahead, Scott, tell us.
It's scheduled for
Say it loud.
May 26th at 8:30.
We'll just say the water and-
Well,
The letter is in September, was in
August
receipt
18th.
September.
I mean, he would have gotten, he should have gotten the notice of the hearing being scheduled. I mean, he filed a protest. He got it scheduled and didn't show. Now what's not obvious here is when this communication from Ray and him took place.
It would have been prior to him getting an actual hearing date. It had to be prior to that.
Yeah, that's what I would have expected.
I think he's confused over whatever is presented from those discussions, but nonetheless, it's not timely.
Yeah, I mean, if he was given a hearing and didn't show, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
End of.
He filed a protest, it got scheduled. There was some communication prior to all of that, but he hasn't followed through on it. Yeah.
I think at the very least, I'm gonna look at these pictures, it's a possible 25D. But
In the past, haven't we written in some letters that they had that option to follow 2025? So we have just not given them that notice that they could do that. I don't remember. I thought we did.
We may have extracted, Val may have extracted.
Have we done that in the past? where
What's
we-
that?
In this case, it could potentially be a 25 D. So my question is, in previous cases where it could have been, and they didn't request one, did we tell them that was a remedy that they had?
I said that just a second ago, that you can tell them that you can say that you're denying, like, I don't even know what he's asking. What is the request say?
He's
They're not here.
just, yeah,
Okay.
to request a new hearing on appraisal of
He
reference property.
cannot have a chapter 41 new hearing. What he does have available as a remedy is chapter 25. You can tell him that. In chapter 25, we can get the language together if he believes it's over by more than 1/3.
Yeah, my question is, have we done that in the past? I know we've talked about it,
You've
but have we done an excerpt of the 25?
I think so.
We have a form letter, and I think we sent one out not too long ago. And I'll send them out as we receive requests in the office that are protests, but they don't specify a 25D. Send a letter saying, we'll bring this protest before the board, but to let you know, it's too late to file this kind of protest. You can send in a motion for a correction.
Under
Yeah.
25.
And you've got a block of text out of the law that you inserted in there, didn't
I
you?
think we do. I can bring in a sample, but it makes it very clear. We send them the motion paperwork
Right.
to fill out for that 1/3 or 1/4
I
correction.
remember doing that.
Yeah. And that's just trying to clear up.
25D.
You want to suggest it, Joe?
He wants to try and prove it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's do that as a response.
to be fair to him. Okay, so I'm gonna move then on property ID 13479. Belonging to Michael Lauder, that we instruct him via letter that he has the opportunity for a 25D hearing, and then provide him with the proper form work for that hearing.
But it has to be clear that he can only apply for another hearing if it is 30.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
It'll be, the form is very clear that it's a correction to the role in which the person making the claim is making the claim that it's 1/3 overappraised or 1/4 overappraised.
Do we need to be specific on his request in the letter to schedule a regular? Section 41 hearing.
You turn that down.
That's
The only thing that I'm thinking right now is it might be, since he already filed a protest this year, that he can't do a 25. And you can't file another,
You
know, he's already
do two
filed one.
protests in a year.
right? Let's see.
No, we've done two protests.
No,
We
but
have
they've
when
always
they've
been,
never
when they've never protested.
Well, wasn't there a year that we had people protest something COVID related in addition to their, it was like a whole bunch of them that came waiting.
Yeah, that's a different.
It was
Yeah, but it
separate,
wasn't-
it was a whole separate proceeding,
Here, let
but
me-
not like,
I don't see where it
You can-
says in there. I
You can,
Get the.
if you want to table it, you can talk to your counsel prior to, but it says, at any time prior to the taxes becoming delinquent, a property owner or the chief appraiser may file a motion with the appraisal review board to change the appraisal roll to correct an error that resulted in an incorrect appraised value for their owner's property. However, the error may not be corrected unless it results in an appraised value that exceeds by more than, and it says 1/4 in the correct appraised value in case the property qualifies as the property owner's homestead, or 1/3 in the correct appraised value in case the property does not qualify for the owner's residence homestead.
It still doesn't address the question
Right.
about the previous protests.
Let's see.
Since there was a protest that had been filed, is it allowable to do the 25D?
And that, that door closed when he was a motion.
Right.
Good question.
So we need to ask Skip Hinkle.
Yeah, we'll have to, I don't have the information here. We'll have to look into that further. How about if we do that if it's allowable, since he's
You can make a
already.
motion, yeah, like you
Yeah.
can make a motion today and say that you'll get with counsel to say if it's allowable, that you'll include that language.
Okay. So I move then on property ID 13479 that we not allow a section 41 hearing to be rescheduled. And if Texas property law allows a second 2525D hearing in the same calendar year, that we grant Michael Lauder a 2525D hearing.
Yeah, I'll say,
Is that all?
I think so, yeah.
It's not that we're. Yeah, okay, all right, I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Now you're gonna put together a package for,
Yes, I'll look into that this afternoon.
which good.
Yeah, one more hearing, one more letter.
One more. This was received via fax today, October 7th.
Which one? What's the-
This is property ID.
Yeah, 58204.
58204. Please direct the ACAD assessor to reduce the valuation of my residential lot at 1108 South Austin from 90,000 to 60,000, as we agreed during our telephone, I guess, telephone call is what they mean, instead of decreasing the value of my house improvement by 30K. I focused my protest on my residential lot, and we discussed it at length during our telephone hearing. This apportionment must be a clerical error, so please authorize a correction. Excessive valuation and unequal appraisal. I had presented clear evidence that ACAD had assessed two neighboring residential lots, one at 1116 South Austin, two houses to the south, and the other at 1120 South Austin, three houses to the south, at only 60K this year, not 90K. Furthermore, three residential lots at 1107 South Austin, directly adjacent to me and across the private dirt path or unpaved terminal end of South Austin Street, in front of my house, in front of my home address and driveway, are also valued at 60K each. There was no good or equitable reason for ACAD to raise the value of my residential lot to 90K this year. Furthermore, three other property lots at 1102 South Magnolia, one lot over to the west, are valued by ACAD at only 50K each. A few other lots directly behind those on 1116 South Magnolia and 1120 South Magnolia are valued by ACAD at 67,500 each. It is noteworthy that ACAD actually chose my neighbor's property at 1116 South Austin with the residential lot valued at 60K for the comp grid presented to me. What is also ironic is that two of the comp sales selected by ACAD also have land values assessed at line across the
67.5.
Oh, not at 90K like mine, but at a lower value of 67.5K. These are 1024 South Magnolia and 1319 South Magnolia. That was preponderant evidence. My residential lot should be valued at no more than 60K. Please provide guidance to the ACAD assessor to make this correction. Thank you, Irene Dubika.
So this person had a hearing
Okay.
and there was a reduction of value. Scott, can you read the like the board decision or?
I can play it or I can,
Yeah, probably both. Was there, there was a reduction of value for the hearing? Like, can you see that in
yeah, let me look at the values.
the notice or the ARB
Okay,
board?
the notice value was 335,070.
Okay,
And the final value, ARB assigned market value, is 290,570.
which is what? What's that difference? Give me the numbers again.
335070
335,070 minus
290570.
so that's a difference of 44,500. So that was the board order, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this person called and spoke to one of my appraisers and talked about a lot of this kind of stuff, like the land should have been adjusted to this and this should have been adjusted to that. I said, first of all, you're making a claim. And so you should, if you think that what was ruled upon is incorrect, you should make your petition to the ARB. That's what they've done. And then we've got a copy of the audio if you'd like to listen to how you ruled. You should, I mean, you can if you want to. You can listen to the whole audio, the whole 35 minutes or whatever it was. But ultimately, you made a ruling, and if you'd like to listen to the ruling to answer the question, then that's what you should do. We've got it queued up.
So we're questioning whether we took the 44,000 off property and the residence or just the total value.
She's making a claim about some $30,000 adjustment to the land.
To the land.
Yeah, and
That's-
it has to be,
that's not
sometimes,
our-
well, sometimes you do. Sometimes,
Okay.
sometimes you say, hey, we'd like to put, we only put in what you tell us to put in. So, and we're not infallible. We can get it wrong sometimes. So you should absolutely listen to the audio and see what you.
Okay.
All right, can you get the last 5 minutes of the hearing?
Try to see if I can make this louder. Coming out of those speakers.
Try it again. No, it's coming out of the computer.
Amy, you want to help out over here?
Go to your microphone, right click it. Yeah. Maybe open sentence. Your speakers, yeah.
Just try it now.
The value of your property, so that will conclude this case. So let us make our recommendation for the change in the value. Good. Okay, I'm making a motion on case ID 2021-1132, account 58204, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value. That we lower the 2021 appraisal from $335,070 to $295,070. Favor? Aye. Hang on a second.
I thought you said.
305.
Read the things over here, but I think I'm getting too many different.
305,070, yes, minus 14,500. 295,700. Okay, unless I did. This is the ARB. Okay, so I got it right here. 570.
290, 570.
I'm close. That's okay. I'm just, sorry, do I need to just make motion? Okay. I'm making the motion, we're correcting the motion for 2021-1132, account 58204. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal, that we lowered the 2021 appraisal from $335,070 to $290,570. All in favor? Aye. Okay. We're done, I read.
Okay, thank you, it's better than nothing, but still have a lot of work there to meet, so.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, yes. stop the thing.
I hope you get that workforce development center going. We need more skilled trade people.
I wanted this board to hear your own ruling. And so for the record, we currently have the value indicated, the 290, whatever that number was,
570.
570. Is that what we have on the account in 2021?
Sure. 290570.
And that's what was articulated by the board. That was the motion and it carried. And that was congruent with the ARB order that was sent out. And she's making this claim that she wanted to do something. Again, you've ruled.
Yeah,
I mean, you
It's
should,
done.
yeah, it's not our job.
you should
to-
absolutely check to make sure that what you intended is actually what was done. But
They didn't ask to have it taken.
maybe they did, maybe they didn't, but at the end of the day, you made a ruling, it was voted upon, and it's done.
We're done.
Done.
It is, and I'm not gonna dispute or disagree with you, is there, Scott, in the current record, is there an indication that there's, that 30K was taken out of the improvement value or anything like that?
The
The current value of the improvement is what?
100570.
Okay,
And the land is 190000. The land did not change. Typically, what happens is when a ruling is made, it is made on the property as a whole.
Yeah.
In nearly every case, and then what happens is it is applied to the improvements to. It applied at first to the improvements.
unless otherwise
Unless
specified.
otherwess specified, but it goes to the improvements because that's where the adjustments
You
lie there.
can, this board has done many cases in which they said, hey, I think the land should be
Sure.
not 60,000, it should be 45, so we do 45 and the remainder, and the whole should be, and you often ask, what's that calculation? And you go, that's the number, and somebody's doing some math, and you make a ruling. In other cases, you just say, we think the value, the whole value should be,
Yeah,
and you make a ruling.
That's what we did. in this case.
I think it's done.
I think it's done, yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to point out that we verified that the board's ruling was implemented as intended.
Okay.
Subject is closed.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion then on property ID 58204. For the property form Irene Yuka, that the current value of the property as shown in the appraisal district records is exactly what the ARB voted on at the day of the hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And one clarification in the letter, do you want me to put that you listened to the audio from the hearing?
No,
Or
but that we verified.
just that we verified, not what you actually?
Verified, nothing. we actually-
Okay, got it.
We verified that the intention of the board had been implemented properly.
Raymond,
good.
the speakers go back to the VX, the VX.
No, they're supposed to be on that. I don't know why they
Okay,
defaulted to R.
okay, just.
So at this point, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to go ahead and commence with the 1:30 hearings.
Yeah, sure.
And then do other business at the conclusion of all the hearings, if possible.
Well, my-
As long as you don't roll up the streets.
That's right, yeah, it's dark at 7 o'clock, so.
When the street lights come in, I have to go home. Like, come on, I have to go.
Like the buzz cut.
Oh, thanks, thank you for getting it.
Like that. Yeah. Do I need one more? What did you get? Yeah.
Oh my
Right.
gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's shake the right thing.
Good. That's all fun stuff.
Get the letter done already?
The first ones, yeah. The first four.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Oh, I mean, it was mine.
Have you eaten all those already?
Scott had one. Yes, I did.
Scott had one.
Yeah, nervous.
Okay, oh, then fine.
The other three are fine. Yes, guilty.
It just looked like a lot.
I don't know why. I just, I'm feeling a chocoholic today. Only 80%.
Actually got 8 here on the 130 docket.
3 people out there. Wait.
Yeah. Well, one of the people has 1, 2, 3 of them. One of the people you listened to a letter on, so they're not.
Okay.
Like, one of the individuals was one of the ones you read letter, and he what indicated he was not full or something.
Okay.
So I'm guessing he's the letter still
Yeah.
holds. But yeah. So it's 7, then it should be.
Back to that letter. I know we've always just generally done the bottom line.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember ever doing a portion kind of thing.
But should we?
Typically, we've left it up to the appraisal district to portion or divide however they do that. The land versus the improvements.
Okay, and an extra.
Awfully quickly.
It's not all. I asked the same thing.
I was gonna say, that's
You think they had it done before?
right down there in front of that door, that black chair. Oh, that's one. No, I'm black. Black chair. Just anyone, any one of them. Oh, like this one.
This is gonna be case number 752, account number 42465. This is Mrs. O'Brien.
This to you. That is her powers are going to determine at the end of the table. You will let you know when it's your turn, and then you will just say the statement out loud with your name. And you're just going to second.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I haven't been paying attention. I've been signing my name. Oh my.
It's right here. It's Mrs. O'Brien, and that's the case.
This is O'Brien?
Yeah.
You can just use my initials, they're SOB, that's easier. Oh, they're funny, I like that.
Yes, yes.
Got a good group in here.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case number 2021-752, account number 42465. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q5 other.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. The review board is the 4 of us around this table. Eamon is representing the district.
Hey, guys. Okay.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/RSS survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It will also include instructions and information about how you can appeal our rule. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important from a legal point of view, that you have turned in all of the evidence that you intend to use.
I was not able to. Can I swing my chair around here?
Sure.
I think I already got eye contact here. Yeah, no, I have not been able to. I didn't want to submit pictures, but I have not been able to do that.
Okay.
So if I was to appeal, would I be able to submit pictures then or no?
You,
Arbitration.
Thank you, sir.
our members who are considering protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Excuse me, I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and true.
Thank you.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present in the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I am obligated to ask you if you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
Nice.
You have, is the blue folder still here? Amy?
I don't know.
It's the same thing that's up there.
Okay.
Okay.
It's up here.
Got
This is the procedure we'll use throughout the hearing. And you'll see there's two major columns. And that's because you get to choose whether you go first, whether you speak first, or whether Eamon speaks first for the district. Which would you like to do?
Nobody else said it me. I don't know if there's an advantage point either way. I guess I'll go first. How's that?
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
And then I'll get a time after y'all speak or?
Yeah,
Right,
Okay.
yeah,
You get 5 minutes to
I
begin
didn't-
with.
you get 5 minutes to
Okay.
start.
What am I, go ahead and start now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my first, complaint or deal is the percentage of the increase on my property. It's, I believe I figured at 214%, which I think is outlandish. I think that was on the land. Which I always understood that most tax offices can do about 10%. I was sent copies of places that were for sale in my neighborhood. I don't really think they really kind of meet criteria as far as matching up to mine. It is an old mobile home, 1971. I still suffering damage from Harvey. And the ice storm actually took all my plumbing out. I don't see this mobile home increasing in value. It's impossible to. It will end up being a burden to pull off of the property. I am on the south side of Rockport, and we have a lot of drug use, a lot of crackheads. I'm just gonna say it this way, crackheads walk up and down the street. It's not a very appealing neighborhood. I did buy this like 33 years ago with my husband, who was deceased in 95, and as a widow, and I'm handicapped. I just try my best to keep my property floating. This is like my children, my grandchildren, I do enjoy. I think the percentage rate is just nuts. I can't homestead it because I do live in San Antonio. My heart is down here, but my home is in San Antonio. So I'm not eligible for exemptions as far as I know. I am handicapped. And I don't believe unless I homestead, that I cannot get any discounts on this property. But there's no sidewalks, there's no streetlights, there's no curbs, there's a ditch in front of my street. I guess it's a hurricane flood ditch, which is poorly maintained by the county. It's got snakes, mosquitoes, it's an annoyance. So it's not like I'm in a prime area of this town, but I am part of this town. And I just think it's just too much that they're increasing by the 214% is what I figured on the land value. They're tripling the price on that from 78.80 to 24,750. Just on the land itself is too much. And then the house increasing from 7,000, approximately 7,000 to 9,400. Like I say, this house will not improve the value. I'm probably gonna have to get a lot of it replumbed. I just got the water pump replaced from the freeze in February. I had to cap off quite a few orifices or supply lines because they split with the ice. So I'm looking at a lot of plumbing work there. So I think I've covered just about everything. The ditch, the snakes, the crime rate, no sidewalks, no improvements. I'm not insurable because of the age of the trailer. After Harvey, I tried to get insured and I understand because it's so old, it's not insurable. So it'll be a total loss if another hurricane comes or once it melts into the ground. If I can keep it from doing that, then I'm gonna try to do that. And that's it.
Okay, you'll have more time later.
That's fine. That's pretty much it in the anyways.
Okay. So, Eamon, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
I do have a quick question. Are you a veteran?
No, my deceased husband. And my father was.
Was your husband killed in the line of duty?
No.
Okay. So I was just checking, because if you are a disabled veteran, then you do have an additional exemption that can be applied to a second property in the state.
Oh,
So I was just checking.
thank you for asking.
Okay, so this is 42465. It is a residential property. And last year it was valued at $14,940. This year it was noticed at $34,160. You can see in the picto, it is on Ruby Allen, Corpus Christi. There's a bunch of streets here named after cities: Fort Worth, Dallas, and Sammy Henderson is the one next to it. It's South Rockport, South Central Rockport. It's not South Rockport. All right, the comp sales. So we have a Q1 and 2 ones, right? No, 1 and 5.
Just Q1 and 5.
All right, so the comps for sales. The first one is on Cary Street. And you can see it's in the Manning Market South, so it's a little bit further south than this, and actually is a little bit worse. But it sold for $40,000. It is a mobile home from 1983 with a similarly valued piece of land on it. The next one is on South Hood Street, and it sold in 2020 for $30,000, and that's a 1985 mobile home. And then the comp 3 is on 6th Street. And that sold for $92,900. The mobile home was 1995. It looks like it's got an effective age of 2015. It's probably been kept up pretty nicely. But the indicated value for the subject is 40 grand less than what this one sold for. And the last one is a land sale on Fort Worth Street. So this is right next to it. You can see it sold for $50,000 and it is half the size of the subject. And all that's on it looks like there's nothing on it. Okay, so it is just a vacant piece of land. Basically what happened was, sales come in, you can't even buy this lot for $15,000, much less the lot in the house. The value of the improvement, if you look at the effective age, it has not changed. It's still 1973. And I will affirm that you can't get insurance on these because they don't have label numbers. They don't have, they have serial numbers, but they're not registered like the newer ones are. The ones from 1985 are going to be in the same boat. You buy them for cash. But the value of the improvement hasn't changed. There's no neighborhood adjustment on improvements here. It's just the land. And then the sales ratio report for this area, we are at 0.98 weighted and average. So we're trying to just keep up with increasing value of land. That's pretty much it. And I will point out that like the 10% thing is for homesteads. But we're required to be at market value every year. So when you have long periods of time with areas like this that don't have a lot of above board measured market activity, the values sit there for a long time. And then ever since the hurricane, these things have been not only changing hands more often, but this neighborhood has seen the greatest percentage change of any area in the county. Because historically it was like you could buy a little 7,500 square foot lot out here for less than 10 grand. And now they're going for like 30 plus. So that's why the change. If it was your homestead, it would be capped so that that value would apply slower. But we'd still have to be at full market value. So that's it. That looks like all the evidence.
So Eamon, the slight increase in the improvement values due to market sales, is that correct?
I have no idea why there would be an increase in improvement value. There's nothing on here that. Where is that?
Well, you've got,
7,000 to 9,000 change. Per trailer.
I mean, this thing's at the bottom of the depreciation table.
We should have flatlined by now.
Yeah, it's a 34% depreciation. It doesn't get any lower than that. I don't know. Can we look at the card from last year maybe? Do you know what it was? Okay. What is it?
You can tell me. It's coming off of the ARB or.
Oh, okay. There was a previous ruling and it was just coming. Yeah. So there was an adjustment made for whatever reason in 2019 and that came out. So that's why it's coming off. So the improvement value in our system is not changing. It's been flat for a while.
anything else?
Oh, no.
Okay. So now you have 2 minutes for a cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes.
That just didn't make any sense to me. She asked a question and I don't believe it was really answered. If it went from 7,000 up to 9,000.
Okay, so when the board makes a ruling on a property, they make a ruling on the market value of the whole thing. And it doesn't matter where that number is subtracted from because we pay taxes on the whole thing. So just the market value. So when that ruling comes out, because it's not a permanent change, it's a change for just the year.
So what ruling was that?
It was a ruling for the previous year.
Oh,
That was 2 years ago.
it's a random rule that suddenly is no longer there and it changes.
You must have protested.
In 2019, I had protested before. I don't know what year it was last.
That somebody protested.
Well, what I've been, I've been dead since 1995, so
Right.
starting with my him.
Yeah, so that's what it was.
Okay, I know because of Californians and other people from other states, they've been hot to buy properties in different areas, even San Antonio's been subject to it. And I know they're buying blind properties, and I think it's wrong for people that have held them. I've had this place for 33 years, and it's not, I'm not ever selling it. The kids will keep it in the family, grandkids, you know, it's just a little piece of our heaven anyways. And the fact that people from out of town are buying properties at an atrocious amount, because to them it's super cheap. My brother lives in a home in California, it's $1 million house. It's probably like a $50,000 or $60,000 house here. And just, you know, as a matter of fact, that's what they think here. So for us to have to be penalized for people that are buying outrageous amounts on properties, you listed that one, that's, I'm sure you don't find many examples like that.
We found endless examples like that.
Of that, like 50,000 for a little tiny lot, well, there's more Californians coming here than we want,
And
I
I'll
mean,
also
that
tell
we
you,
need.
they're not.
Excuse my friend, no, I just have to use that.
No,
for
I'm
example.
saying the people that are doing this are from Aransas County.
Well,
They're not coming from California yet. When they get here, we'll see what happens, but that's not happening.
Well, I
That's
just
it's
look at-
locals that are doing it.
yeah, I just don't think it's right for people that have been in an area that basically are part of that area to be penalized. Oh, well, we're gonna go up on you because these people will pay this much for this over here.
Your
And,
property is worth more than 50,000.
well, then go up to 20,000. I
It's
mean,
worth more than 20,000.
but it's going at 214%, which is outrageous. That's not okay. You're not the one paying the bills. I'm retired. I have no way to pay extra money right now. I'm trying to get my plumbing back up. I have to replumb this whole house, and then what do I do?
You own a
Turn-
35,000 plus piece of property.
Oh, so that's nice.
It is.
Go into debt.
No, you're not in debt.
No, I'm just saying to repair it and to keep it floating, you want me to pay more taxes on this?
I don't.
Well, not
think
you
that's
particularly, but I'm
wrong.
just
telling
saying.
you what your property is worth.
Well, I think the increase is outrageous and I shouldn't be penalized because other people are paying too much for pieces of property out there. I really just think it's not fair. And increase by 214%, I think is just ridiculous. That's all I can say about that. However y'all feel about it. I can bring pictures in later. I mean, the place is in terrible shape.
Yeah.
I do got water leak. The house is unlevel now because of Harvey. Subfloors have gotten ruined because of Harvey. You know, what can I say? And I just try to get fixed what I can fix so we can stay in it and enjoy our time together.
Is it livable now?
It is livable, but it's, I mean, you wouldn't invite just everybody into it because there's mold going on behind the wall. I can see starting to blacken the outer wall. So I'm gonna have to rip that wall out and redo that. I mean, it is now that we can flush the toilets as of today. Since February, we can flush toilets again. So
What was the status on January 1?
well, the storm was in
This is
February.
from
the
the
ice
freeze,
storm.
okay.
Took out my water pump because I am on a well. I took out my water pump and it broke up 7 other places. We just got finished finding all the places, so we've capped off some. So we can have running water at the house.
Even if you need it, you got 2 minutes for district rebuttal. Okay, so we'll go to closing. 1 more minute. If you want to tell us anything else.
That's about all I can do. I've spoke from my heart and from my mind all that I can actually accomplish at this point.
Okay. Anything closing for you? No? Okay. These are.
Yeah, can we look at,
This place is obviously old.
Right.
It's flatlined. And I think at a minimum, the improvements should have been kept at no greater than 70, 60 it was last year. It shouldn't have gone up.
Mike, can we, there's no property ID listed next to the one or on the Picto or even on the Connect Explorer thing, or the one property next to it. Scott, can you figure out what that is?
Looks like it has a car shed.
I believe it's part of, it's
Well, that's
424.
Be sure that
Yeah, the
other
property.
lots around
Yeah.
there sell for the same.
Yeah,
Be to the north, I guess, on the Picto picture. I don't know how that's oriented, but
42464 is next door to
okay.
it. And it's bigger. I think it includes the one on the other side also. It's 47,780 is the value of the property.
okay, but that's a bigger piece of
It's a
property.
bigger piece of land.
But what is it on? Is it on the same land table?
I believe it's on several. Okay. This is on the Rubia. Part of it is on the Rubia land table. So yes, it's on the same.
On the same table?
On the same table, yes.
Okay.
I thought the one next to it on the other side, it's smaller. So 47,670. That one is 16,780 for less than half the size.
That's the little one to
Little one to the south.
the south? Yeah, okay, okay.
Okay, so I think Robert and I are on the same page. I don't know if we do anything with the lands.
I don't think so either. but
Yeah,
I think we can certainly bring the trailer back. to
Yeah.
last year's price.
So given that.
Bring the last year's or less.
Last year's or less, I'd be fine with less. You know, she's indicated, unfortunately, there's no pictures, so we believe you're under oath, we believe you. That she had some serious issues. It does not look to me to be in as good condition as the other ones, although we can't see great pictures of them.
I go to 5,000.
That's fine with me.
Okay with me.
Okay. So that makes it 29,750.
29,750. Okay,
Robert checks my brain math.
So 34,160. It's 5,000.
no,
No,
24,750 plus 5,000.
Oh, you're bringing the trailer down to, okay,
To
improvements down to
5,000.
5,000.
Down
Okay,
to 5,000.
okay,
You okay there?
that's fine. So that it would be 29,750.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on count number 42465. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q5 any other factors that would affect the value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $34,160 down to $29,750.
you want to specifically state that it's being taken off.
I think we need to start doing that.
Okay,
Because we come back in future years, we'll know what we did.
Yes.
and specifically, this reduction is coming off the improvements of the property from 9,410 down to $5,000 even for the improvements, making the total $29,750.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay,
The,
so the land value was still,
Yeah,
Land value-
and-
The land value is,
and that's a state law. So not that it wouldn't be a bad idea if you started banging on your representatives.
there's a lot to be on
And I actually think that there's some motion afoot in the legislature to deal with this in some form or fashion. But unfortunately for us, the law says market value.
So which I could get the homestead, I live there half the time and half the time here,
Be
okay,
nice to
homestead,
split it.
yeah, let's just
Yeah.
split it, but my property in San Antonio is a better property than this, of course, but, okay, so we're just gonna live with the value of the land. And I do appreciate your attention on this, I appreciate this process here. Thank you so very much.
They get the information in the mail explaining what we did.
Okay, very good. Awesome.
Thank you.
So much. I'm glad I've been making you use my initials. Thank you, good job, good day.
Thank you.
So going forward too,
That's a really good idea, because
yeah,
Yeah.
especially when
we
when
didn't,
we are making a split like that, sometimes we don't, so
well, and we didn't listen to all of the discussion
we don't.
on that last one. Okay, if we had gone back, it may have turned out that we had kind of done something supporting some of her discussion. Okay.
Yeah, the final recommendation didn't indicate that.
Well, we generally never do that. Okay, we generally just do the bottom line market value. Okay, and I never asked or never wondered how they did, how they split it up if they needed
All
to.
right, we've got case number 1621, Mr. Montgomery, account number 8819604. 221. And I'm gonna go get
oh,
him.
there he is. Okay. Yeah.
Going straight down there by that door.
Good. Good. How are you doing? Yeah.
Kind of way it works, isn't it?
So right here, but I got to do another report. Just gonna sign it here. At some point, Mr. Powers is gonna let you know when you're gonna see that statement out loud.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case 1621. Account 8819604. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
Robert, you can sit down there if you want.
Oh, that's all right. I didn't stand up to, but either way.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The board is the four of us. Eamon represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and email to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. If you disagree with that, there will be information and instructions along with the determination document that will be sent to you by snail mail. It will tell you how you can appeal our decision. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important from a legal point of view, that you have submitted all of your evidence at this point. Can't do it in the middle of hearing.
That's fine.
I'm obligated to.
No, I understand. That's fine.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I'm sorry. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's your cue.
Thus, I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Could you state your name for the recording?
Robert P. Montgomery.
Thank you, sir.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I am also obligated to ask you if you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, for sure don't.
Okay. Do we have the blue folder back?
Yeah, just go ahead and pass that down to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, this is the
All for
procedure.
me.
This is the.
All for me.
All for you. This is the procedure we'll use throughout the hearing. You'll notice there are two primary columns. That's because you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district.
I'll speak first. I'll
Okay,
do that. That's gonna make it so much easier if I do that.
5 minutes to state your case.
Okay, first thing I'm gonna start with, and like I said, I didn't bring a lot of stuff to back it up, because I've already looked at it for the last 3 to 5 years on tax rolls, and it's public knowledge. The property value itself is stated at $14,000 per acre, when you total it up between the 3 acres that I have there. I've looked around at everything around it, it's anywhere between 7 to 10, and of course, larger pieces are valued at lower per acre than smaller pieces. This, that, and the other. What I'm wanting to do is try to drop that to approximately $10,000 per acre on that property. I feel that is a fair average price for that property value. On the property alone, there's a 54-foot easement on the east side of it. I can't do anything with. It's also stated on here that it's paved access. There is no paved access whatsoever. All that, and it's in your, and all that is in your information that you sent me, so you have that to your disposal. Basically, that just needs to be dropped, in my opinion. Then I also have a few other things on top of the property value itself. I don't know if y'all have this in front of you. It shows it basically shows this house being 5,184 square feet. It is not. I did furnish y'all with a copy of my floor plan. The living space in that house is roughly about, what does it say, 2,200 square feet, which is about what y'all have here. It states there's a second story to that house, which is 588 square feet. There is no second story to the house. At 588 feet, at your listed mean building, I guess, property value of $100 per square foot, we can discuss that. That would be about $58,800 that should be removed. Then there's a cover port or a awning here that shows some cloth awning covered lightweight pull frame. That hasn't been there since approximately 2010. So those are the main discrepancies that we have here as far as size. And then, of course, I would like to drop the property values as well. And like I said, I have everything backing up my square footage statements. So basically, if we take that square footage and let's say we remove the square footage off, that's going to be roughly $58,800. So if you remove that, you're at $271,000. We drop the property value down to roughly say $10,000 per acre. That would be, we're somewhere in the market of probably $259,200. I know we're limited on time whenever we could go through all kinds of numbers as far as purchase being wrong size, this, I will do that at a different date. We can concentrate on these two things right now. We'll probably be able to get through a lot of stuff today.
You got 2 more minutes.
There's one more to bring up. I mean, I'm just arguing. At that point, I'm just rambling on. I mean, basically, that's where I'm at. It's $259,200. If you take the top story off that house at y'all's value of $100 per square foot, which is very modest, by the way. And I couldn't build a second story for that price. Y'all know that. And if I could get the property value down to $10,000 per acre, I believe you're happy as a lark. And I think it'd be a pretty fair deal to land at $259,200 for total appraisal value. And that's not even mentioning the whole frame building that needs to come off and the size of porches and all, man, that's just 2 things. If I can get those 2 done, I'll be happy today.
On the property card, the district has it at basically $90 a square foot, not 100. So
Yeah, on the house.
Yeah, on the second floor, that doesn't need to, looks like that needs to come off.
Yeah. So I mean, we're looking at somewhere in the market, like I said, I figured when I looked at it, it was $100 a square foot. That was early in the year. It may have been changed.
Okay, well, he's still got time. Scott, can you look at some equivalent land around?
Yeah, because all the stuff that I looked at in y'all sent on comps were really big square footage. What they did for this square footage should be 5,000. They took a metal building on the property and added those 2 other square foot base floor and second floor to come up with 5,000 square feet. That metal building is nowhere near my house. It's on the property, just you might be able to throw a stone far enough to hit it, but it's not part of my living space by any means.
How much of your
And
property
you
is
can even show right here, it was built in 2006.
how much of your property is used?
54 foot across the entire front of it. So I don't know, probably a good quarter or so, maybe close to a half acre. I don't know exactly square footage on acre. But and the reason it's an easement is because the city of Rockport has a water line that runs through there. I can't do anything with it. I can't put a building. I can't put big fence posts in it. I put just a little tiny fence across it just to stop traffic or put cows in, and that's it.
Okay, Eamon, you got 2 minutes for cross and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
I'll just present my minutes. Okay, so the property ID is 8819604. Last year it was certified at 300,000 even. It's a pretty round number, so it's probably I don't know, so even. But this year it was noticed at 330,000 even because it has a homestead cap loss of $50,000. So the market value is $380,640. There's $50,000 cap loss there. Okay, so it is on Weeping Willow. The first comp for sales is on St. Francis Circle, and the subject's a 5 MV plus. The comp is a 5 MV plus.
What is MV plus? I don't understand.
It's just the kind of building it is. It's not fiberboard sided.
Okay.
It's brick sided. And it sold in 2020 for $425,000.
That's actually right on the lake with paved access. And
Sure,
everything.
hang on, this is my time.
No, I'm
The
sorry.
indicated value for the subject, if it sold like that, would be $497,468. The other sales are also on Weeping Willow. The other 3 are all on Weeping Willow. They're 5 MV, 5 SS, and a 5 SS minus. The indicated median value based on sales for the subject, which is how you do an appraisal, you look at what sales are, it's $472,116. So it's well above, like $100,000 above the 380 that we have it at. The equity grid, so to see what other houses are being appraised at in this neighborhood. I mean, if you just look at the market values, these things on St. Francis and Weeping Willow, these are all 5 and B pluses. You got one at 491, 425, and 265 for one that has inferior land, basically. Indicating a value for the subject, which should be equity numbers 464,927. We're well below that. My official statement of fact is this house is wildly underappraised by a lot, And then there's a sale ratio report for this area, but there's no shot somebody's going to buy this from you for $330,000. 260? No way. I saw a 2-bedroom house in Holiday Beach today for 260,000.
I built the house. I know.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's we're way.
Today's market is crazy, trust me, I understand. Today's market is incredible.
This is the MA2, the second floor, there's no, it's just ceiling? The ceiling? Okay, so yeah, that just needs to be gone. I don't even know why that's there. Maybe somebody assumed it was there, I don't know.
Well, with the dormer windows, it's might be an assumption you could make.
Well, they go pretty deep, we wouldn't normally, it's not a mistake that gets made very often. And the reason the MA shows up as a main area, it is a WHSL. It's not even close to the same value per square foot as your house. It just gets listed in.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so weren't a lot of the houses that you were comparing me to were not near the size of this, but they had public access. I have to go through 3 different properties to get to this, down an easement.
Everybody on your street has the easement.
Hmm?
Everybody on your street has that easement.
No one has that easement, I only granted to one other person. It's in my deed restriction, I mean, it's in my deed, there's only one person, Mr. Charles Brett, that has deeded access across my property.
No, I mean for the water.
No, that's just for them, I'm talking about, they have me deeded to go across their properties to get to my property.
They have to.
There's no, I know, but there's no paved access as it's listed in some of this paperwork. Sure. And it's not on, actually, Weeping Willow is a 911 address that they had to throw at it. I'm actually off of some Ashley Lane, something off of 16th Street. I don't know why I even have that address. I never dictated that address. I used to have it off of Ashley Lane. Like I said, these houses that you're comping me to are actually on a lake
I don't think.
or close to a lake and have paved access right up to their property line. I've
The
got
changes we
1/4
should
mile of
make to this
gravel
property
road.
is to raise your value. Your value is too low. It's far too low. It's far too low. When your house gets sold, it's gonna be for hundreds of thousands of dollars more.
When I built the house, I know what it cost to build. Now, I know the market today is going up stupid crazy, but that doesn't mean that I should all of a sudden have a jump of several $100,000 come tax time either. I don't
I
think
think
so
the
either.
property should be listed for what it's worth.
So you're telling me that it being at 330 or whatever today, next year, you're gonna add 200 some thousand dollars?
Next year, no matter what, it's gonna get $50,000 added to it, because you have a cap loss.
I thought it was only if there was, and of course, this may just be my ignorance, what is
Like
the?
33, you get 33,000.
Yes, I was about to say, because it can only be a maximum of 10% per
Clear
year.
beginning, yeah.
Yes. So basically, all these things that are listed on here, extra stories and everything else, when I walk out of here, all I can tell the general public is they told me, nope, they had it all listed wrong and they want to raise my taxes.
Your property value, because property values are going up year over year.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your
they always
cap
go.
loss, your cap loss is
Okay,
always,
Okay.
it's just never gonna catch up.
So,
And I don't understand what you mean by cap loss, but nevertheless, that's fine.
so Robert, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. If you,
I mean, that's pretty much what I've been doing here. It's just, we have, 580 something odd feet we've got that doesn't exist. That shouldn't have been, I've obviously been paying taxes on this for years, but we won't drop anything, so it's like, okay, well, we've taken all your tax money then, and now we're not gonna go ahead and change it to offset it now. I didn't think that's how this particular process worked, but I'm shooting for it. This cloth covered frame, I've been paying taxes on it since 2006. It hasn't been there since 2010. And the main area that it shows is actually a metal building. So when they bring their comps to the table and what he's bringing to the table, this 5,000 square feet, you're comping houses that are literally on a lake with, public, with paved access. I mean, I'm out in the sticks. I mean, I have nothing but property and ranch land around me. You know, I don't have a lake in my backyard and I don't have a paved road to access my property. I actually pay for all that and have to maintain all of that road myself out of my pocket.
Yeah, no, your house and your warehouse are two separate buildings.
Yes,
So,
completely separate.
yeah.
You can see it on the photos that y'all have here.
So we get that.
Yes.
Those are valued separately.
Right.
So you're not looking at a 5,000.
No,
house.
but the comps, most of the comps that he's reading to me are of a house of that 5,000, you know, higher, much higher square footage.
And they would be adjusted for
Yes.
the square footage.
I would think, but
Yes,
yeah,
they
like I
are.
said, and you know, the bigger, nicer house you buy, of course, the more it's gonna be valued at, probably per square footage. At that is what I'm getting at. And the area that he's finding these houses at on the St. Francis Circle is close to where this property is. But it's not, like, even whenever it says, I hate this Weeping Willow address thing, because they did that for 911. It's actually a blue sign, which is not a county maintained sign. Period. It's not a green sign, it's a blue sign. They just stuck it up there for 911. You have to, you don't even turn off of Weeping Willow to get to my property. You turn off of like Simon Drive or something, or Ashley Lane. It's been changed a couple times there. So I have no public or no paved access to it. That's why I thought the property acreage wise per acre should be dropped. And of course, the rest of this is due to basically simple, there's no second floor there. We could go into square footage changes and this, that, and the other, but sound like I'm beating a dead horse as it is on that deal. So yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay, Eamon, you got 2 minutes for needed. Okay, let's go closing in. So Robert, you have a minute. Anything else you want to tell us?
That's pretty much it.
Okay, Eamon, you have
No,
closing?
no problem.
Okay.
Robert, help me a little bit here.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the card in front of you? Can he see the card, property card? Make sure you can see it. On this property card, the things that are not there and should not be on this card are the MA2 second floor
Yes,
and the AW1.
yes, sir. Those things should definitely both be gone.
They should be gone.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, ma'am, because it does have the attached garage, it does have 2 covered porches. Now, this top one where it says main area, if you look over to the right, it does say warehouse. But all that square footage keeps getting dictated in the overall square footage of the house for some reason. Like if you were to try to comp it, it's gonna show you right here on top, it shows
Yeah.
that the house is 5,000
So your
plus.
square footage of your house.
It's really just
2,500 square
No, it's like 2,200. That's even wrong, I'm just saying.
2196.
I'm trying to drop everything, so fighting square footage, I'm just trying to get rid of a floor.
We need to correct those.
We do.
Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of an entire floor,
Okay.
fighting square footage, it's gonna be tough.
All right.
No, they're just.
Can we just fix this, John?
Yes.
Yes, it's not gonna be below his cap loss.
It's what?
It's not gonna be more than his cap loss for the year. Deleting those things is not gonna be more than 50,000.
We need to.
What are you talking about? It's gonna take 52,910 and 2,640. Why not?
When you reduce the value of square footage, there's the economy of size of that. And so the value of the existing square footage or the remaining square footage will be in generally the.
It needs to
dollar per
be
foot will more.
deleted.
But it should be, that should be deleted and the value, the square footage should be corrected to, he's got his 2243, what his exact square footage is. He's got his exact square footage here. And it should, I agree, it should be going to that. Not to-
So what does it do? What does it do when we fix it?
They're basically saying they're gonna fix the number of square footage, but they're not taking any value off.
Well, we're gonna
the
find that out.
property. That's what I'm hearing.
No, it will take value off for sure, for sure. it will.
They're debating whether my total value.
Where's St. Francis with respect to this property?
Right in mental
Go and do a
Peninsula
supplement.
Oaks, or not, kind of near the back of Peninsula Oaks.
No,
I'm actually, there used to be Weeping Willow at 16th Street, they tied them together because the fire department couldn't get back there. Yeah. And it's actually off of 16th Street is where I live. Why they gave me a Weeping Willow address, it's a road at Ashley Street or whatever that comes off of 16th Street. So it's
Do you
not
want me to
as
go
desired
to
of an area as Weeping Willow
just
is.
take off the thing, or do you want me to correct it to what his?
I would correct it to what his plans.
Okay,
say.
that's, Yeah, okay.
Well,
I
the
just,
second
I want to
floor
follow,
goes away.
Second floor goes. away.
right, I just want to follow your direction.
The
That's
second
what
floor
I'm
goes
doing.
away. The main area of his house goes to what he said it is. And the AW1 goes away.
I don't know what that AW, I don't even know what they've been charging. No, I don't know what they've been charging me for it as a value. I've been paying that since,
Contributing
2,640.
what's that?
2,640.
Yeah, because see, that hasn't been there since 2010. I haven't been able, I've been paying taxes on it.
Porches got to go to 239,
Yes.
184.
I wasn't gonna argue that deep. I'd come back later for that. If we can do it now, I'm good with it.
We'll do it as best we can.
That's kind of what I mean.
We'll do it as best we can.
I was limited, I just thought I had 5 minutes, spit it out and call it good.
This is
I mean, the same Francis comp, well, go ahead. Deal with that.
No, he's dealing with that. What about the land?
Well, the St. Francis comps are like the other side of the world.
I know.
So to me, those are irrelevant.
Like Kluge Trail is another road that's next to me that's not paved. Those tracks are all running about 7,000 per acre. And I've got some other larger tracks around me that are anywhere between $5,000 and $7,000 per acre. But they're very large tracks, like 50, 70, 100 acre tracks. So understand those
So
are
you
gonna be a
mainly
little
just,
different.
the side of the
And that's actual property that's right up against my property.
metal building.
And I'm looking
There's
at
AW1.
the other,
Yeah, maybe that too.
the other sales comps on Weeping Willow,
Right, but it's the side of the.
278,
Yeah.
268,
It's-
280, those are
it's
very
this-
good
If
sales.
you're down
this
into
what it
the
is.
right size square footage, when you look at the comps, yes.
Looking at square footage.
I'm just looking at sales
Yeah.
comps.
that doesn't exist.
Sales.
That's all. And I'm not even adjusting for, oh, okay, well, I should probably be adjusting for.
Do we adjust, Naaman for the dirt road and the non-paved anything?
Yeah, his land value is the table adjusted. His land value is the table that's out there.
And of course, a lot of a big area of that is the easement that Rock Forge is not getting with.
After the adjustments, it's kind of ironic, his market value goes to 330,090. Assessed value 330,000.
Okay, what did you say the value was?
The market, the total market, 330,090 is what it adjusts to after adjusting to the square footage. The 2243 that you run, oh, so you also wanted to do something. I'm sorry, I didn't do all, someone had said something about wanting to change the size of porches also.
Yes.
And
Well,
so-
and like I said, I mean, I didn't come in here and raise it by $90 either, but.
Porches, instead of 500 square feet and 198, they should be 239 and 184. What his plans say.
Continue with that.
Got it?
Well, no, not yet. I mean, I have to go in to change it. Doing that. It's just, because it's not doing anything to it. It's just forcing the numbers to be this. And so it'll have to go be reworked.
Okay, so the number was 330,303, what did you say?
330,090 so far. So what do you got?
What are the further adjustments we need?
I mean, it's tough to look at some of these adjustments because of the fact that we're taking the square footage down.
Well, the ones that you're talking to are actually in a Peninsula Oak subdivision. They're actually in a subdivision. I'm not in it. I'm on the ranch land, kind of behind it off of 16th Street. And comping it to subdivided property versus out in ranch land, it's kind of hard. My family even owns some of the property that's around my property. I mean, we've lived there for 20 years.
The other changes, the garage to stay the same, or do you want to change it to be? Okay.
So what's your answer now?
Okay, the answer now is 281,760.
Okay.
from right
Hmm?
now. 285 will buy it from right now.
We might be able to do that, sure. We'll talk about it after this.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just trying to get it fair and.
With just those changes. I'm
Maybe
fine.
I'll work on that. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I agree. At least to me, with just those changes, it looks good. The question on the land is just not,
Like I said, the land that I'm being comped to probably is, with those homes is actually like in a subdivision. They have very large lots and some of them are even like acreage lots. I'm not in a subdivision.
If we don't have a clear cut,
You can look at any 7-acre
Piece
tract
of
or
land.
5-acre tract all the way down Kluge Lane, they're all about $7 grand. I'm even banking above those. And I back right up to those particular lots and they're on a dirt road. Not a privately maintained, a publicly maintained dirt road.
Can we look at the property next door? Next door.
Properties are on a land schedule, 2.5 acres and less is $15,000 an acre. 3.6 acres and less is $11,500 an acre. 5 acres and less is $10,250 per square foot. This is 3
Yes, ma'am, I'm 3 acres and all the property around me, the 15
You're
acres
3
around me
acres.
is owned by
so
my,
what is,
by my
what
family.
is 3 acres?
is 11,500 per acre.
11,500 per acre, 3 acres.
yeah, so that's gonna go down a little.
I don't want to get too crazy with this.
What is it?
I agree with you.
34.5 instead of 42.
It's a very nice house.
Well,
But is 281, did that include the property or was that just improvements?
that's overall with the
That was
14,000 per acre.
That's what the-
That was the fixes of stuff that wasn't there. That's all it was,
Was it improvements or did it include?
just
property?
improvements,
Okay.
just improvements.
So you're saying that the land values for, what do you say you have, how many acres?
It's 3 acres.
3 acres is what?
It's currently at 14.
11,500.
Is that what the comparable properties are around it?
260.
I'm at 11.5, that's where we land.
Total is 316,260. It was 34.5 for the land, down from 42, and 281,760 for the improvements, down from 338,640.
Well, I'm interested in, you didn't complain about the price of your acreage last year.
I didn't really feel I had time. I was too busy trying to get everything else.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm just mistaken on the land, sorry. His land table square foot is $14,000 an acre for five
For 5 or less.
or less.
Okay.
That's his land table. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. I'm trying to do
Okay.
two things.
Well, that's 42.
It's 42.
is that 42? Okay, so the land stays the same and you changed everything else, right?
I've changed everything else and I'll give you the total. The total is sorry. Make sure I want to get back into the right one. I've been in different years. Is 323,760.
That's what I get. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on account number 8819604. And considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $380,640 down to $323,760.
Which only pertains to the improvement.
Which, yeah, based on evidence by the property owner that square footages and some features of the property card were no longer there.
Second.
So
In favor?
this is gonna be the total assessed value is gonna be this
Aye.
amount?
Yes,
So we only dropped a couple of grand on this whole thing.
No, we dropped it
380 to 323.
$60,000.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about, because I'm showing the assessed value overall down here at the bottom at 330. I'm sorry. I mean, I know what I'm looking at, guys. Help me out
No,
here.
no.
No, the assessed values, right now is 380, but you have a $50,000.
Okay, so where are we dropping it down to here?
323,760.
There'll be a homestead cap applied to that. I'm not sure what it's. That's what
Okay, we're done.
Did we actually vote?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I heard you second and I wasn't sure if we were.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did. I did.
Say it again, I'm not so sure we do.
I don't recall.
Okay, so the final assessed value for property ID 8819604 is 323,760, seconded by Kathy.
All in favor?
Aye. Motion carries.
We have one more person on the 130. They have 5 accounts. And then we have somebody here already for 3 o'clock.
You know who the other person is?
The other person for 3 o'clock?
Well, you said for 1 o'clock.
Cheryl Matlock.
Yeah, that's it. She has 5 accounts.
Okay, Robert?
I should be ashamed of the free speech, but keeping me distracted.
Help yourself.
Get some out of here, guys.
I sense another day in the future. I said, I sense another day of hearings in the future.
Well, we do have some that have to get, the one that got postponed because of hurricane, storm.
Not the one we're saying is 430, it's got like 5.
Finally,
Either that or we're gonna be here till late.
Some of these may not be difficult.
Okay, let's get it set up. How you doing?
We're gonna read into all of these 5 accounts.
They're all together, yeah. We try to make it easy. Thank you.
Are they just 4 accounts or 5? 4.
They have 5 of them for Matt? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many are in
I
the?
guess.
4, you're right, it's 4.
It's 4.
Okay,
I'm scared it's that.
I know.
three fingers.
We work at the appraisals.
I'm impressed that I was able to remember the incantation we need to do about the.
I know. I was thinking about 4466.
Yeah, right.
4166.
That's funny.
I know there's an
Yeah,
F
they
in
got
there
this,
somewhere.
they got this.
So, Raymond, we probably should mark these. Which one of these is the one where that is the taxpayer one? Do you have any idea? So mark it on there and cover up the spots on.
That moves this one, right?
Okay, I know, but that's one now, but which one of these gets?
Top
it?
one.
Huh?
The top
The
one.
top one, okay. Let's make it
But yeah, you should
easier
get a
to
little
make
one
it
that says
easily
public.
fit. Huh?
It should get a little, yeah, one of those that says public.
Yeah. But nothing showed here.
It's just like, these guys wake up in the morning and say, what can we do to screw something up today?
Trying to switch.
Biden's EPA facing bombshell corruption allegations.
Oh, God.
He said the Centers
You
for
reach on that side.
Concerns.
Well, that's-
Just
Yeah, already?
Oh, yeah, we'll be,
Departments.
yeah, we'll be right.
Just.
Right.
Yeah.
That would be like one.
No, I can have it back.
You're gonna be right down there by that.
Okay,
Power to let you know when you're going to read the statement.
okay. We are going to be opening 4 hearings. Case numbers 1781, 1784, 1790, and 1793. Corresponding account numbers 17633, 33859, 17631, 17632. This hearing is being recorded.
The protest is Q1. Market value.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. We're the review board, the 4 of us. Eamon represents the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It will be sent to you by snail mail. You'll also receive instructions and information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is important from a legal point of view. Have you submitted all of your evidence?
Yes, pretty much. I guess that I can drop off a USB that had everything on there with the files and the pictures.
Okay. So that's it. Good. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F as related to case numbers 1781, 1784, 1790, and 1793.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And it pertains to case numbers 1781, 1784, 1790, and 1793.
I have gotten to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with an individual. Violation of case. Tax code section 41. That relates to case number 1781, 1784, 1790, and 1793.
I, Scott Frederick, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F relating to case number 1781, 1784, 1790, and 1793.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's your cue.
Okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And would you please state 2 things? One, your name, so you're recording, and the other, the case numbers, the
Okay,
4 case numbers.
case number for 1781, 1784, 1790, 1793.
Great.
And I wrote those down.
Now you don't have to do it.
I am Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for cases 1781, 1784, 1790, and 1793.
I am obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
No, I do not. It's a state license.
You have
It's been shown.
on the other side of your computer, there is a chart. It's the same as this one on the wall, but it's easier to read. That's the procedure that we'll follow throughout the hearing.
Okay,
There are two major columns on there. The reason is you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district.
I'll let Amy.
Okay, then we'll,
See what I need to pick up.
then we'll open the first hearing on case 1781, account 17633.
Can I
Amy?
say, I'm sorry, can I say one thing? I think that we can do this, everything that's on Magnolia Street, the 1781, 1790, and 1793, much of the evidence is the same for all three of those. I'm not really protesting the amount on 1784. I just need to let y'all know that there's a structure that's no longer there. I mean, it's there. There's the structure y'all have pictured is not there. There's
Okay.
another structure that needs to be torn down.
Okay, so we'll do
And I think-
81, 90, and 93, and then go back and do 84.
Okay.
All right? Okay, so we're gonna start with 1781, account 17633. Amy, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. This is account 17633. Sold in 2015, we don't know how much. Last year it was noticed or certified at 114,250. This year it was noticed at 304,850. It is a increased retail to retail shop basically on Magnolia. It was part of a warehouse class because it is not, even though it's being used for a retail shop, it's the building more lends itself to warehouse usage. It's not air conditioned by and large. That kind of thing. So the value came from the being classed as a class 1 warehouse, and as we've been over a bajillion times, the value of the rate for these warrants a negative adjustment from $6 to $4.50, which we've done for other ones. The equity grid just shows other properties in this area that are similar. It's kind of unusual to have a warehouse class 1 in this area, but it's just the use, again, it's, you know, typically it's either like a nicer warehouse or it is an actual retail space. This is just an unusual type of property, so it's one of the only ones around it. The sales ratio report is for all the income value properties in the whole county. Anyway, equity is going to be not equity in dollars. So let me see what that would be. That'd be 228,637.
What,
228,637.
And that's based on $4.50 a square foot.
Yeah, it's based on an adjustment of market rent.
Okay.
228,637.
Do you agree with that?
I have a couple of things I'd like to
Okay.
say first.
And I'm done with my time.
You done with your time?
Okay, thank you.
So you have, just so that you know, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation. So
Okay,
you
I'll
get
take it.
7 minutes.
The main building, which is 3,600 square feet, which is the warehouse that he's talking about, it has no running water, it only has power. The other little one, the 324 square feet, and no, the 144 square foot little, that only has power, no water. It's an old building that was built on skids, it's portable. I can move it out. The carport, I'm not disputing. The building up front, the MA 1540, that building, I did submit pictures, that was built, I guess, in 84 before my time. That we have patched it, the roof was torn off, most of it during Harvey. We put some metal up there, we have had to flex seal, we've covered holes. It's truthfully, once I am in a position where I can tear it down, we probably will. It's not good for much of anything. It definitely could not be printed. The roof leaks. And you know, my husband's a welder and he's like, it's not worth welding. So we don't want to put, there needs to be a couple of new doors. I think I noted that in some of my notes that I sent to y'all. You know, the value that's placed on it, I did note that you'll have it at $18.97, no, yeah, at $18.97. And I mean, that's more than the main building of 1707. I
I understand you're making some adjustments here. As far as rental value, the buildings, I'm gonna tell you that in the 20+ years that my family has owned those buildings, the entire property, none of it has ever been rented, and I will tell you that it will never be rented because we built our home behind the store for convenience for us. And if you've driven past my home, you will know that we value our privacy. I have a fence that's gated with electronic gates. You're not getting in unless I let you in. So I never would rent the properties as long as I live in that house. So unless somebody, and I would never sell the house without selling the other properties. I mean, if I was gonna sell it, they would have to buy the whole thing. The house is just 2 years old. We moved into it. So as far as rental, the properties will never be rented. And I feel like that's an unfair assessment to assess any type of rental income or valuation to it because it's not ever gonna happen. And it hasn't happened in the 20+ years. Iris Finley died in 2000. She did not rent it prior to that. It was the old B&I Cleaners that was here. The B&I Cleaners closed in the late 80s, and I only remember this because I opened my daycare center in 1991. Sherry and Ken Calloway were my very first customers. So I had been already with New Methods, so I know B&I because we used to do business with B&I. I know that they were not there from the, possibly they closed mid to late 80s. The properties were never rented even then after her death and after the closure of that. I talked to Veronica Camille. She stated they did not rent any of that. So in 25+ years, I can tell you the property has never been rented. My parents have owned it since 2001. I have my store there. Yeah, the main building is our store. The other building has things in there that we have them strategically placed. If they get wet, they get wet. We've tried to do what we can, but I have a lot of nautical marine stuff in a couple of the bays. The main building, that's the big building that has the stuff that we keep if we don't want to get it wet. The 205 building, which is connected to that, but that's another property. I think I'm done,
Okay.
unless y'all have questions.
No, okay.
We're looking at your pictures here, so.
Some of those pictures were to show you the difference between, like, that's the old building. I tried to take pictures, I took pictures of the new building, and there's reasons for some of those pictures, which is on one of the properties. So all the pictures are gonna be the same for all 3 properties. Pretty much, I think.
Guys need to look through any more of these?
No, let's see.
Hey, my time.
So, yeah, you got then 2 minutes if you needed it.
Yeah, so the building in the front, the one that's 1,540 square feet, does it have electricity in it? Like
Yeah.
lights and stuff?
It used to.
Okay, does it have doors?
It has some bay doors on the backside.
Do they close?
Yeah, they have to.
Okay, so the place can close up, but it's just a shed, basically.
Basically, it's a shed.
Okay.
I mean, you can't rent it because
Well, I mean, I'm just,
yeah, there's no power to it.
it's just used for storing things.
I think when Miss Penley had it, there might have been an old car wash. I was trying to ask my husband back in the day.
But for now, it's not.
It's
there's no
not, no.
outlets or lights or anything in it. So how do you all see around?
We're only open from 10 to 5:30, 6 o'clock.
So like the doors just allow enough sunlight for you to.
We have a, like, in the very first two stalls, there's 2 doors that will go up on both sides.
Okay, all right.
But on the rest of them, only doors on the front side will go up.
Okay.
And they're not, the other ones are connected, the 2 are connected, and then the others are connected.
Right.
This was before my time.
Okay. Let's see here.
I never actually purchased this before.
Okay, so if the contributory value of that building is taken out, I don't know if it's completely worthless if you were to, to the whole property, because it is there, but just for the sake of getting more close to accurate. The whole value for the property ends up being $162,000. It's a dollar more than that, but it's $162,000.
For,
That's for the whole, the land and these two buildings and the carport and all the rest of that stuff. That's basically taking the front building and saying that's not really a rentable area.
if I could afford to build a new one, I could tear it down.
Sure.
So you're removing the small building up front?
Yeah, because it's not,
1540? Okay.
it wouldn't even be a warehouse class. It would be something valued more like we would value the parts of a lumber yard where they just store wood. Where like, there's a roof there, but it's just,
Carport.
they're usually really big and they don't have any amenities, they're just sheds. Yeah.
They're saying that the value of this property is now 152,000.
Yeah, it would be 152,000.
52 or 62? You said
162, sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was- I'll take 152.
All right, anything else, Anna?
Yeah, and Scott, can you make sure to put a note in there about that front building?
Yep.
I don't know, I'm gonna remember that. Okay.
All right, so if you need it, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So-
She accepted the 160.
You good with 162?
Yeah, I would
Okay,
agree with the 162.
all right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on account 17633. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $304,850 down to $162,000 even.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Voted this time.
I know, it's-
Yeah, absolutely. There's
No,
a.
no, no, I have.
Oh, okay, yes. Yeah. No,
It's fine, I have three and three.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case 1790. Account number 17631.
Same order?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I mean, or you can let me go first and I can just tell you why, why I am where I
Up to you.
am. Okay, I submitted some pictures so that y'all can see. This building was heavily damaged during Harvey. We attempted to get a roof put on it. We had issues with the roofer. It never passed. It still leaks. We've patched it with Flex Seal. We gutted the building after Harvey. There is no insulation, there's no conditioned air, there's no nothing. The main building, I use a very small portion of it for my actual store. And that building still leaks, but we know where it leaks. Again, we strategically place things that it's not gonna matter whether they get wet or not. It is not repairable. Part of it is a Shell Creek building, and I think I showed y'all one door jam. It's gonna be under the 205. And then it's gonna show the store and storage area photos. The very first photo is a Shell Creek wall that is exposed, and then it's up against the flooring. I took that picture so that you would be able to see how the Shell Creek.
Which one am I needing to look at? Because I'm in your,
Go to 205.
you say.
I
Okay, so I have 3 folders, old metal building and store,
store and storage area. You're not in the right one, I don't think.
17631 is the
We're looking at
account.
632 or 31.
We're doing
31.
Oh,
631.
I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one, not you.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry. 31.
That
Okay.
wasn't smoke coming out. of my ears.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, my apologies. Okay, so last year, this one was valued at a metal building. I requested it this year, because I didn't know, the whole purpose was the definition of a metal building, that it met the requirements. And I said, it is a carport, it is an enclosed carport, it is built identical to that carport there, it's built just like that one. I had the receipt from Eagle Carport showing that it was a carport. All we did was built an enclosed one because when I sold my house and built my new house, I had a 3.5 car garage and I had storage over my dog kennel. I don't have that now. I have a 1 car garage, a large one, but it's 1 car. And so I needed additional storage. When I went to Frank in the city, this was right after Harvey, I said, look, I need a place to store some stuff. I need to get this put up. We talked about it.
Amanda even asked, because is this a metal building? And Frank said, no, it's parking. He said, it's a carport, it's Eagle carports, we've dealt with these before, it is not a metal building, it is car. We actually had that discussion. And they permitted it as a, I think I attached the permit with it. That, I mean, he put a value on it of 13,225, which is what I had on my receipt. And I just wanted to make sure that it was fine for us to put that back up after Harvey. And he said, no, it's fine. Last year I was told, well, it has doors. If I wanted to take the doors off of it, it would be a storage. And I'm like, it can't be storage if it doesn't have doors. It's a carport. So this time I took pictures of my big metal building so that you can compare and see how that building is built versus how this carport building is built. And the carport building, I took pictures of the carport that's in my store to show that they are built the identical way. This one just has walls and it has roll-up doors. The walls are not sealed all the way around like a real metal building would be. They're not inspected, there's no insulation, there's no water, there's no electric. So my options last year were, I think they gave me 2,000 and I was left to either take it to court or come back this year with additional evidence. Last year, I didn't think to take pictures of my.
So this is carport versus warehouse.
Right, that's the carport there that's in the store.
Yeah.
And then I took pictures of the garage, not really in a garage, the carport that's enclosed to show that they are built the exact same way with exception to the walls and 2 roll-up doors. I never dreamed that I would be in this position.
Is that the?
That's the building, that it's a 2-car carport that's been enclosed.
No electricity?
No, there's no power and there's no water. I built it to put our airboat in, someone measured wrong, and so not me. And so it was not tall enough. So it was strictly storage. I have a UTV that we park in there. And then I have a ton of ducks, not decoys, anybody needs any, just sort of it. But that's the top of it to show you that the framework is the same as the other carport.
Maybe one of these were clear.
You're calling this a warehouse A?
Yeah, it says WHSA.
Okay.
So are we in?
I'm done.
Okay, yeah, I'll just do my thing. The building itself, by any other name, is $20,000 and change. And she was saying that her receipt and the permit was for $14,000, right?
Right.
So that's a
13,
right, it's a $7,000 difference. And it's currently at 57,690, and the cost value and the income value are really, they're basically the same. So I mean, $50,000, is that fine? Just taking the value off the building.
For the building.
For the building being basically over appraised because it's not, it doesn't have the sort of build quality and amenities that you would expect from something that's more than a carport.
Okay, so it's at 57.6, the carport was billed at 30. I don't know what the new one was, 30,190.
So you're saying
It's
how much
concrete. I'm just saying, take the 7,690 off.
Okay,
So it just because it's a round number, it's $50,000. I know that it's a little less than that. 'Cause the difference.
okay. All right. As long as they start my depreciation from 2020 forward.
Yeah, actually, I would.
They didn't depreciate it at all.
Well, it takes a couple years for depreciation to kick in. Usually takes 3 or 4 years, and then it starts 1%.
What was the cost?
My cost on that building was 13,320 is what Frank put on the permit. So, I mean, that was the cost. You're looking at the total cost on that. When you're looking at the,
No, it's, I mean, so basically, I mean, you just took that cost.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you're saying 19, that's, the total cost of that building was 13,255 is what it was.
So that's 7,100.
That's including tax.
So if you're taking it 50,000,
That's still
You're
more
good.
than that. It's gonna do math. My brain's.
We typically, what it costs is not necessarily its
Yeah.
value.
Well, yeah, his
He's
income,
willing to say that,
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Thanks.
that the total price would be $50,000 for the combined land.
Yeah.
It's 40,820 if you take the price of the actual building.
Oh, if there's concrete as well.
Well, the concrete was already there.
Well, it's not worth it.
No, I know, but didn't y'all figure that in previously? When you
No, it's listed as
Before
an
that was
improvement. It's listed as an improvement. Yeah.
Okay, so you took that amount of concrete from the previous amount? Because y'all had the
concrete's
concrete.
untouched. It's just concrete from 1984.
Okay, because the concrete from 84 was 3,000.
That's $7,680.
Yeah. And then, so there was no new concrete for that, so it's,
Right.
that would stay there.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's just
okay. I'm
Appreciate
agreeable with that.
so you're okay with $50,000?
I'm agreeable.
Right.
I'm gonna make a motion then on account number 17631, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value of this property from $57,690 down to $50,000 even.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opening hearing on case number 1793, account number 1617632.
I'll take the lead because I think I can answer more questions. This building was, this is the one I was talking about, was damaged heavily in Harvey. We gutted it, we've never put anything back. I used one small portion for my store. My husband has a little bit of a shop area in the back, which was already there. It still leaks, but he's fixed it enough, he can still use it. The balance of the building is strictly just for storage. There, like I said, there's no air conditioning, there is water, there is AC. It's not AC, but electric. It's not rentable. There's there's nothing there. Nothing has changed. We haven't done anything since Harvey to it. When Harvey hit, they did replace a couple of the doors. There was one door in there, a garage door, that one was replaced. The roof was completely off of the building. We had it replaced, we had trouble with the roofer, it didn't pass windstorm. It's been a long process on this. But I also took some pictures of the walls to show you that there is a portion of the building that is shellcrete. The shellcrete like weeps, it disintegrates, and you'll see it, and there's areas that you just can't use because it gets all over everything. Again, once I'm in a position, we would like to tear it down. I'm kind of waiting to see what they're doing on all this downtown stuff, because right now, I don't know that they'll let me put a metal building back. We would like to put a metal building there. But at this point, we're still in the planning stages.
You said shellcrete, you mean like
Part of it is
concrete?
well, no.
It looked like concrete block, at least.
Okay,
on the
there
picture.
is cinder block, yes, okay, there is a portion of the walls that was the original, I think, well, that whole building used to be a grocery store, before Iris Penley bought it. She added the shop area. The shellcrete part is only, and the exterior wall and and part of it. The rest of it is cinder block, and then the shop part is wood and cinder block.
Okay, I'm seeing
yeah.
this set of
The
pictures.
shellcrete, see, yeah, and see how it disintegrates?
Yeah.
We have a door, there's a picture of a door where you can see a little more clearly how the shellcrete acts there. I think it's number 6. And you can just see it, they had put plaster over it at some point, and the plaster all has like over time come off. And, but it's, the shellcrete, there's not really much you can do about it. We're still trying to figure out how to rip that metal door out and replace it.
What
because
is shellcrete?
Shellcrete was a mixture of shells and
Oyster shells.
oyster shells and concrete. They did it, I don't know why, but they did.
It's the traditional building material around here. It actually is insanely durable compared to,
Until it starts
Other
to
things.
disintegrate. Until it starts to disintegrate.
yeah, it's like, it's just not as, it's not as neat and
Irish.
clean as modern building materials, but like if you go to
And if you know
Front
Veronica,
Street in Lamar, there's like actually little pieces of really old buildings from early settlements here that are in somebody's front yard and they're shellcrete.
Have you ever looked going into Irish pub to the right of the doorway? There's
Yeah.
a big,
Yeah,
relatively large shellcrete wall.
That's
Oh,
actually a
old
rendering
shellcrete.
vat for pigs. They would render pig fat there
Yeah.
in those things. They're made out of shellcrete. And the only thing that's left of the whole
more than I
facility,
needed to know.
the only thing left of the whole facility is
ask a simple
In,
question.
I don't want to add to the saga, so never mind.
I thought it was pretty straightforward.
It's,
the Executive Surf Club in Corpus has walls made of shellcrete.
and it's cool if it's not disintegrating. And maybe if the building were, but that portion of the building had never been climatized. When my dad and mom, well, my mom purchased the building and she passed away. When my dad sold their other business, he built an office in the front and we did air condition that. But the wall that was still air conditioned, that was off to the right, still disintegrated. So I don't know that even climatized air would keep it from doing that. It's messy, it's not optimal for what I would like to do. But what I would like to do and what the city and the Heritage and the ARCAD, and now they're fixing to add a couple of more, are gonna let us do, that remains to be seen. So the building, it's safe to be in, it's just not has a zero eye appeal, yeah.
So you have a 3,816 square foot building. It's on 5,000 square feet of land. It's the shop and you know exactly which buildings and pieces we're talking about.
Mhm.
What do you think the whole thing's worth?
I have no idea. The land, I'm not disputing because they're pretty much all the same. Oh, and the other thing that I did point out, y'all have the building, it was built in 1939, and you have the effective year of 1989.
Mhm.
You have an effective year and built year of
Hang
1939.
on a second. It's now Amos' time,
Okay.
so
Yeah,
you'll have more time later.
yeah. So
I'm not sure how that happens.
well, the effective age is like a condition code.
Yeah, I
If it
know.
was 1939, the building wouldn't be there
No, but it's not 89 either.
anymore. I mean.
I mean, you got the porch as
89
39.
was 32 years ago now. So I mean, if you don't think that it's worth 340,000, what do you think it's worth?
Let's see.
I mean, you bought this thing within.
No, I did not. I inherited it.
Oh, okay.
I did not buy it. My
I see.
parents bought it in 2000. My mother bought it in 2001
Okay.
from Veronica Camille and her brother.
Right.
And then my dad bought the house from them behind. Well, it was tied up in an estate for several years and they just got to a point where they could sell it. My mom had told me she wanted it and she bought it. So no, I inherited it.
Do you, okay.
And I will tell you what my parents paid for it.
From the settlement of the estate.
From there, basically it was from Larry and Veronica.
Oh.
I mean, back in the day, my parents paid like I didn't wanna say the deed was like $59,000.
That was in 2001.
That was for everything.
No, I mean, it was in year 2001. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
And that was for everything, not just that building, for the whole front, half of the block.
So this was valued as, you know, a warehouse class because it's not really retail. Permits itself toward retail work. If this wasn't being used for retail space, basically this entire thing is one big economic unit. You wouldn't buy one piece of this, you buy the whole
No.
thing. Square is this.
So,
Back Just like the other one, there's gonna be, the
Right.
market rent's gonna be very different.
Well,
based on
and
information we
rental
got.
shouldn't even apply to that.
Well, okay, as far as that goes, you took your real estate agent, right?
I have
Or
not
you were
practiced in a
real
long time other than when doing stuff for my family.
Well, you know, when you buy a house, you get it appraised, and then look at what other houses are selling for. You don't say, well, my house is not for sale and it's never been for sale, therefore you can't figure out how much it's worth by looking at sales, right?
Correct.
So
I
it's
haven't
the same
looked at
thing,
that.
like, just because your place is not for rent, doesn't mean you can't use an income method to figure out how much it's worth.
I do have a response
If it
to
is
that.
rentable, is this rentable?
No, it is not rentable.
Well, if it wasn't
Not at
rentable,
all.
you wouldn't be able to have a business.
It's not rentable, and then the only reason why I have a business in it is because I am one of those people who makes do. My husband has patched the roof. If
Is it-
I,
Is it
no,
dangerous for your customers to be in your store?
no,
And it's rentable.
I would not call that rentable, because there is no, I mean, there's no insulation, there's no nothing. I mean, you saw the rafters, we
I know people
totally
who
get it.
love your store.
Well, I know, but still, when it's raining, they come in the main building. And so, but, I mean, you're actually telling me that you would go in there and you would rent a building that has no air conditioning, no insulation, I mean, and
Well,
looks
his
like,
precision on the word rent is different than ours.
yeah.
I mean, $20 a month
and as
is
a-
rent. okay?
Exactly, okay.
And we could say it's rentable, okay,
Having
at $20 a
probably
month.
Um,
We are.
It's still aiming, you got about 2.5 minutes.
I
So,
was
yeah,
trying to look for my.
Basically, reclassing it and then adjusting for, because it shouldn't be a two, based on the interior pictures. And its condition and stuff, and then adjusting the rent for that down. Because the metrics on that were incorrect. Beginning of the year, comes out to 190,000. That's what the building loan. It's a little more than that, that's what.
For everything.
For everything.
So that goes from 339,700 to 190,000. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
All right.
What was it at last year? I mean,
Last year was at 76,000
for that building.
for the building for everything.
No, for everything it was.
No, I mean, yeah, sorry, for this parcel, 76 one.
How did they go up 120,000 or whatever?
From last year to this year,
Yeah.
it was reappraised, this 76,000 are very. But no matter what, it's something. you can do. I don't even know what the heck a CDCA is.
Well, see,
I
okay,
don't know what it is.
that,
A CDCA is a class, I don't know.
speaking of
I think that
that,
might be,
I requested the class and subclass,
uh,
and I requested the key to those, which tells you what they
doesn't
mean.
exist.
There should be a key.
No.
Y'all should not be, Houston ACAD has one.
Nothing.
Yes, they did.
No,
I
what
have
you're
property in
asking
Houston.
for is different. Like, it's
Okay,
not-
so these are codes that you guys use to tell you things about the property. And if I don't know what those codes mean and you don't have a means to tell me or give me proof of what those codes mean, how am I to refute that?
You don't.
I should be able to refute it though. What if you
You're
have it
not-
classified wrong?
But you're not auditing our appraisal work. That's not.
I'm auditing
No.
mine, what you've done to
You
mine,
can do that on your own. I don't have to help
not
you.
with those codes, I cannot. If I don't have access to the information that you're using.
Like, you don't audit how people at HEB do their job,
Okay,
right?
I do if it
boys and
affects.
girls,
Okay,
your time is up.
Okay, so hang on.
We have people who audit us, they come from the state.
so,
You can go apply for a job.
Cheryl, you have then 2 minutes for
Amy.
Okay,
cross-examination.
can I have just a
I
second?
just-
2 minutes for.
Okay,
rebuttal.
my point was on that is that, there is no way for me or anyone else, those are codes and that they use to appraise, in the appraisal of your property. If you don't know what those codes mean and you're not afforded a means to know what those codes mean, which I have requested and I know other people have as well. Because if a code if a property is improperly classified, then that affects your taxes. So you can't adequately assess whether they have improperly classified these things if you don't have the key to what
Cheryl.
those codes mean.
Cheryl, although we may agree with you, there is nothing in our charter that allows us to deal with that issue.
Okay, you're saying how much on the building?
190. Okay.
I mean, I don't see that it's gone up. You've still got the land value at 27.5. The building has 0 improvements. It cannot be rented.
The 190 included the land.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, and I mean, with the land and, hold on, wait. Because literally nothing has changed since our case. We're getting 113,410 is what it was.
Yeah.
Previously. I just don't see the increase of 190 at all to 190. Simply and purely because the building, I mean, it's fine for what we do with it, but as far as anyone else can do with it, no, it's not going to, it's not gonna be rental. What are you listing as per square foot on that?
I have no idea. 113,410. 113,410, just right off the
40
property
feet.
card, not using. the
That's, no,
Approach. I'm not seeing that number.
Well, 85.9 is the from the card,
27.5 on the land.
right?
47.
Oh, okay. 85, okay, I got you. All right.
Remember the 27 and 48?
27 and 85, ballpark,
Where did you get the 85?
off of the card, off the property card, which is 85,910.
Yeah.
I think 27.5.
$43 a
Things
square
are
foot.
going
is
up.
outrageous.
Some.
Well, you're not gonna sell.
Well, that's what
It
the card.
doesn't matter.
The
Concerned.
card's already done that.
It's
Yeah.
It's only-
Who's
No, it does not. That is not
Your
irrelevant.
whole thing is worth more than 300,000. You know.
And
I know.
I'm telling you that this building is not worth that. It's not worth $190,000.
I don't even think.
You're not, okay, I'm not disputing the land value, I'm disputing the value of the building. The building has virtually no value to anyone else because number one, they cannot go in there and they cannot renovate it to bring it up to code that we.
Then you should not let people in. That's
Well,
dangerous.
I have one portion of it that people come into. The rest of it is just me and my husband.
Y'all shouldn't go in there. Sounds dangerous.
Well, yeah, well, the ceiling's not gonna cave in, but I'm telling you, we yanked out most of the electric except for on the part where we have people.
What'd you get?
But I'm telling you that
113,410.
no one is gonna go in there and renovate that building because of the condition that it's in and with the shell peak walls
113,410.
and all of that, they are not gonna renovate that building.
You're not gonna sell it.
I don't know what I would sell it for, I have no intention of
Okay.
selling it.
All right.
Boys and girls,
All right, we're-
All right. So Eamon, if you need it, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal. Okay, let's go to closing. Cheryl, you got 1 minute. Anything final you want to tell us?
I'm just saying, you can look at the pictures, you can see the building, you tell me whether you would rent it. And I just don't see that that's happening, and I don't see that there's an increase of, almost $70,000 on it, actually 80,000. I just don't, I'm not seeing that. Because of because right now we're talking about the building. We're not talking about the land, I'm not disputing that. We're talking about the building. And I'm just telling you that there is no one, they would buy for the land, but only if they could get all of it. That one piece of land would not benefit anybody because of the other 2 pieces on either side. They would have to buy the whole thing in order for somebody to do something with that. So the building is not saleable for that. I don't have any intentions of selling any of my property. When I'm dead and gone, my kids can do what they want. So I like what I do. I like where I live.
Even if you need it, you get a minute for closing, okay, so it's our
All right,
time.
Scotty, what do you got?
Now I come up with is 113,410
Total.
total,
I agree with that.
27.5 for the land and 85.
Yeah. Straight off the card. You fine with that? Okay.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on account 17632. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that would lower the 2021 assessed value from $339,700 down to $113,410.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay, last piece.
You got that one, Joe?
Thank you very much. The last one is the 1005
Wait a minute.
items.
Hold on a second. We got to open a hearing on case number 1784, account number 33859. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, on the card, they have a picture of a barn. That barn's not there. That structure was destroyed in Harvey. I did all of that. We may have had to torn down something. But for the most part, that got hit by a tornado because there was a trailer in front that got hit. The only thing that is on the property, and I took a picture for y'all to see, is there is a carport way back in the back. It was damaged heavily by Harvey, but it also has got a lot of rot and things like that. It needs to be torn down. We just have not had the opportunity to do it. We thought maybe we might could put a new roof on it. It was gonna cost more than it was. If we're gonna do anything back there, we'll build a metal building, but we're not gonna do that. I talked to my roofer, which was Danny Peterson, and he's one of the best roofers in this area. And he looked at it and he said, no. And he said, tear it down. So that's where I'm taking this from. I looked at it, I had my husband go retake the pictures before I gave y'all all this so that I could be 100% of what it looked like. I mean, you're looking at it exactly like it was 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago. And like I said, it needs to be torn down. The poles are good. It's what's on top of the poles that are not good. And no, I would not let someone go over there onto the property.
Is it safe to say that that's kind of what it looked like on January 1st of this year?
Yeah. It's been that way because we had Dane look at it last year. And because we were looking at it, maybe possibly re-roofing it and enclosing it, pouring concrete. And Dane said, don't do it, build a metal building. And I trust him because I've known him forever.
Is that your property?
It is that property. We had a trailer house back there, but we lost all of our rental to a tornado.
I would use it for firewood.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, even the next door neighbor, he at one point in time had asked us, he said, well, can I park some stuff under there? I'm like,
You would.
no, I don't think so. Yeah, if you do that, it's at your own risk. And he looked at it and he's like, oh, no, okay. Because I told him, I said, whatever you want to do, that's at your own risk.
Are you just disputing
I'm just disputing that that's not even on there. I'm not disputing the value. No, because I know what's sold around there. I know the city paid too much for theirs.
What is the trailer pad?
There's nothing up front. There was a trailer up front. The septic got filled in when we demoed everything. There is a concrete runner. That's all it is back there.
Is there water?
Not at this time. There was before Harvey, but the demolition destroyed all the lines.
Is there electricity?
The demolition, we had to disconnect. There was before Harvey.
And the septic tank is filled in?
The rear one, I do not know about. I'm assuming it got crushed when they did the demo. Because everything else was crushed.
So in your mind, this is bare land?
Yeah, as far as I can't do anything with it right now. Unless I put in all new septic and all new lines and, of course, AEP took the power out and they're not gonna do it if it's not done right. I mean, they would not put electric to that carport. They're the ones like after Harvey was like, y'all need to come do this. We disconnected everything. You just need to come pull the meter because we need to have everything demoed. And I want to make sure the power is nowhere around here. Because we had that one and the one that was up at the trailer that we had to have disconnected and taken out.
She's just talking about removing that.
The improvements.
Yeah, I'm
Improvement.
not gonna dispute the value of the land. It didn't go up that much.
I think the TP needs to be deleted and the CP one needs to be flat valued at $10.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because it is there, and we don't have it on there.
Did-
Correct, but it's not working.
Yeah.
Cheryl, do you have anything else?
I think
If we do what he said, take the
I'm
trailer
fine.
pad off and the carport, do $10. We're
I'm
good?
fine.
All right. Okay, 2770.
Just let Scott do it because it
Okay.
has a productivity loss.
Okay.
And it's not.
I mean, we still lease the land.
You do.
And the neighbor runs cattle on the land. So,
I'm just gonna take the other one.
and we color, we're trying to buy his 10 acres. and we got,
Get this
it's
back to
very
him.
sick.
Well, I just said kind of point it that way. You don't need to throw it at me.
Sweeties.
You're okay, I just need one more. inch.
What are you trying to say back there?
Not that-
Right, removing the trailer pad.
I'm gonna wait every time.
Carport, flat value,
Someone just wait every
it's $10.
time.
Okay, so now
No, I just think.
the
that
market
it's-
value.
I think that it's a better scenario as far as you kind of get to talk a little bit. I mean, I know it was the same thing that the other one, of course, that was a Zoom.
The market value is 180,250.
025.
Okay.
That's removing the building, the trailer.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about the value. I mean, I did my research on it and it's.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on account number 33859, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value or market value from $183,020 down to $180,250.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're done.
So you'll get confirmation.
My husband take me to dinner, so I'm gonna save them some money. If y'all knew how long I've been doing this, I've been doing this for, I did it for my parents. I was getting my mom's stuff ready for, right before she passed away, computer and everything, because they had a lot of finance mortgages. Probably like 60 of them at the time. And some of them were on contract and for deeds, and some of them were, you know, deed of trust. And so when my mom passed away, I had to do it. So I've been doing this for 20 plus years. And when my parents had it, all the people would just sign a letter saying, we want you to represent it. I'd just walk in, I'd have them all stapled together. It's like, here, they're like, oh, she's got all these properties. I was like, if you think I like doing this, you're crazy. But that's how long I've been doing it. My son said, Mom, I'll hire you next time. So I said, bring me my grandson and we'll talk about it. Thank y'all for your
Thank you.
time. I appreciate what y'all do.
The beach has got 17.
Yeah. Except the one we scheduled for after 4.
Yeah.
I don't know when we get to those today. Yeah, we're- I don't know.
I don't know how many other places are here.
Yeah, there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more cases. Am I seeing that right? In the 3 o'clock docket?
No, I think you're,
Or is that?
no, 3 o'clock is one. No. Rockland Land and Trust, he said. Why do we say we come at 4:30 and not 3? Because we have other cases.
He's got 6, Rockport Land Trust.
Yeah, I
has
just thought
6.
somebody at 4:30.
Oh, okay, well then we have then two cases at 3 o'clock that aren't Rockport Land.
It's already 4.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got the last 2 that aren't Rockport Land Trust.
Rockport Land Trust not coming till 4:30?
That was the one that asked to come at 4:30.
Okay.
Well, actually. Well, no, I was gonna say, it's like, it's 3:42 right now, you got 2 other people sitting outside, so,
And then 6 days is at 4:30.
yeah, but when he gets here, he'll have to wait until they're done.
My point is, when it's like dark.
You might be here, yeah, so, well, hopefully, with his, I mean, they're different accounts, but hopefully, y'all can just run through them. You know what I mean, how like whenever they're kind of the same,
They're all different properties.
are they?
Mhm, that's fine.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in,
Oh,
are you gonna wait till
Wait,
everybody?
Just a minute,
Okay.
give time to
Oh,
pee.
they're all in the same place. Oh.
I think they're all the,
They're all
Same
in the
area.
place. I don't know where they're at.
that's what I was hoping to.
What is this?
That's our next guy.
Then if it's just one property?
Yes, it's agent.
What's the number, Joel?
2283.
It's on the 1:30 document?
How you doing, Scott?
We're doing pretty good.
Is this on the 1:30 or the 3 o'clock?
This is we are now on to the 3 o'clock. We are done with the 1:30.
Page 5. Page 5. Bottom of page.
Say the case number one more time, so Scott.
2283.
What's the guy with the? They're all the same properties.
This one we're bringing in only has one.
Just one, but the guy that's the agent that's got 6 or 7 properties, they're all, we can probably go right through, they're all in the same location,
Okay.
pretty much.
Yeah. Slightly different
Quite a difference. They're all the same.
addresses, but yeah.
We don't have any.
Oh,
That's the
First guy.
good.
Those are good.
Wow, well, that's what's up.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what's punching. It's pretzel.
Okay, yeah.
Good, good. One, 8-3. This is the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't bring my long sleeve shirt. I should have.
It's cold in here.
Understand lunch is at the country club Tuesday?
Yeah.
Is that what okay, 11 o'clock?
11:30.
11:30, okay.
What is this case?
The case ID is,
Oh, 19969.
Yeah.
199. Looking for case IDs instead of account number.
yeah,
I get warm. That's a good excuse, isn't it?
all right, this is Eric from Ryan.
Hello.
Here's Brian over there. I guess it'll be 1 minute, Mr. Powers stepped out for a second.
bruises.
Not at all.
Knocked it all out.
Cornerman or second.
Are you in that?
Yeah, I am.
Eric, I see you finally.
Yeah.
That's one of the last cases.
I
had a chance to-
Yeah.
I've been the Halloween like take one.
Yeah, right.
You guys need me to sign this here?
Yeah, we will. You can do it now, or you can do it when you read it out. Whatever.
283,
2283,
2283,
page 5.
bottom of page 5. 19969. 19969. I got it, okay.
That tablet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2283, account number 19969. This hearing is being recorded.
Good question. It's 25.
Yeah, it doesn't say, I don't see the original protest form as to what was.
Oh, it would, when you do a 25/25D correction, it's just defaults to market.
Market value Q1,
Incorrect.
okay, so Q1 market value.
And this is a 25/25.
Yes.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board to be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. As you probably figured out already with 4 of us on the review board, Eamon is the representative of the district. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Sure. I, Eric Claxton, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Okay. The procedure that we follow for the hearing is outlined in that chart that's in front of you. You'll notice there are 2 major columns on it. That's because you get to choose whether you speak first or whether Eamon speaks first.
We'll let Eamon go first.
All right. 5 minutes.
Okay, so this property is Goose Island Lake Condominiums is what it's called, but it's an apartment condo kind of setup. There's a lot of these that are leased. It's in Lamar. It is basically a big apartment building. It's on a little lake out there. It was noticed or certified last year at 1.315 million, and it was noticed this year at 2.4 million. If you look at the income worksheet, which is page 9, because there's a lot of property card pages, it says that there are 43 units of net rentable area, and that's how it was valued. The property owner did not protest during protest season, so we just didn't get a protest for it. And then when we got the request for a 25/25D hearing, in discussions with Eric, that is your name, right? Okay, that's scary. I said the wrong name. that the top floor of the building basically is not even remotely rentable. It's like 25% complete. And it's reflected in their own internal records. Their vacancy is super high, probably as a result of there being a lot of construction. Basically, this place is not 43 units. And what was requested was last year's value of 1.1315,190, and I'm okay with that. We could have settled it if it was protested during protest season or whatever.
How much did you say it was?
1,315,190.
So it is a 25 case, so it is.
Well, we just decide the value and then we check it afterwards. But I'm saying I'm fine with that. Like, I agree with that.
Okay,
And he's provided evidence to back that up.
so are you good with that, Eric?
Yeah, and just, I mean, the property has just struggled. They had negative NOI this last year and with those units under construction, that's why I talked with Amy and I thought this is a pretty impressive increase and we feel it should be last year's value.
Okay. So do I need to just make the motion then for 1.3?
No, you make the motion first and then you check it. Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on account number 19969. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 market value from $2,433,220 down to last year's value of $1,315,190.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Check it. 1.333 times 1315190 is 174915,
That's what I got.
right? That's below 2433220 and it passes. Okay? We're done.
So we're done.
This is your fastest hearing today?
Yeah. It was, in fact.
Thankfully, yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So basically, the calculation is to take the old value,
The new value multiplied by 1.333 and make sure that it's
less than what you.
less than what they had set it to, what their new value is.
Okay,
2433320.
which by definition on this one, since it was the same as what it was, has got to be true.
Well, the increase could have been less than 30%, 33%. Year-to-year increase could have been less than that.
It could have, but in this case, since there was no increase.
Well, there was an increase.
By definition, it's less than a third.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
So say that again, you take the old value. times
Take the new
1.3.
value.
You take
Take
the
the value.
one that's
The
been on
proposed
top.
value.
Procedure
Proposed
is-
correct
The
value.
procedure is in our document on page 2.
Mr. Mims?
Yes.
Right. We are looking at case number 2284, account 12110. Let you know when it's your turn. I'm just gonna read that statement out loud and we'll just say.
Yes, last one. It's 6.
What is it, page 6?
Yes.
3, 4. And you, sir, are Eric,
No, I'm Mike
Mike?
Mims.
Mike?
Yeah.
Eric was the last guy.
It's all running together.
As you can tell, it's been a while. They had a little break.
You're not related to Eric either.
No, I'm not. This is a big mystery room back here. We're out there working.
What goes on back here? See people come in and never come out.
Yeah, you can see how the background is on it. I don't know.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2284, account number 12110. This hearing is being recorded.
So on the original protest form, it's got Q1 and Q2, but you said a 25D defaults to a Q1?
Yeah, I mean, this is the,
So we're looking at a Q1,
Q1.
not a 25.
no. The thing is, like, you're just having a hearing, but if there's stuff selected, it's what's selected. If
Okay.
nothing is selected, when someone protests, if they just say, I protest and sign it, it defaults to market value.
Okay.
The thing is, you just have a regular hearing, and then that's ruled and you're done. The only way a change can be entered is if it's of a sufficient size, because it's already been certified.
Is this a 25?
Yes.
It will have to be a 25,
All right.
yeah, because it has been certified.
Okay.
It's not a granted late hearing.
So they're looking at Q1 and Q2.
Okay, we're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Yes, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is Michael Mims.
I am at work, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
No, I just, well, if
That way you
that's
can
what
follow
we're
along
looking
with
at.
it,
Okay.
I'm obligated to ask you if you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
I do not.
You have in front of you a chart that shows the procedure we'll follow throughout the hearing. There are two major columns on that chart, and you'll note that they're different because you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district. Which would you like to do?
I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
All right. When I arrived at the appraisal district, they scanned in our protest looks like this, and they said, y'all would be seeing that. Yes.
Could be.
Is that pulled up?
Yep. Got 3 pages.
Just one page.
No, we don't have that in the file currently, but you said you scanned it in?
Yes.
Okay.
Donna did.
All right. Well, it's probably in there, just.
Well, I can pass it out. It's not as complete.
Scott, you have packs open. Can you see if there's evidence?
1 page.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look at this right now. I don't have any, I wish we could just hand out the paper, but I guess we gotta make sure it's can.
Sorry about that.
beforehand.
My time is
Not your
counting.
fault.
Yeah.
Last of the day, or do y'all know?
No, no, no.
Okay, yeah, he did, we have it, it just didn't get pulled over to a tablet, you can hand it out if you want. It's faster, you've got copies for everybody,
Well,
right?
all right, what I'm handing out is what I had on the way over here. There's an owner call. I have to make some adjustments, but
That's
it's
okay.
telling you basically.
Follow along with
We didn't have it, save some time.
Are you?
Yeah, you know. Take one, guys.
All right, this is basically an equity appeal, more so than the market. We just didn't have that many sales that we felt were comparable, comparable. This is a condominium in the Allegro North condominiums. And it was damaged in the hurricane like all properties were. And I guess there's various stages of completion. Our value, I need to revise our value. My owner's opinion of value was when I left the house this morning, and then when on the way the owner called and wanted to review the information, told me some additional details. So I will revise it. So my new value is 163,080 for the owner. 163,080. So, and then in the middle there, you can see the original value that I looked at with equity was the 226. And that was assuming the condominium was in repair and livable and that sort of condition. What the owner told me was it was not livable on January 1st. The floors were not done, the lighting was not done, and his word was it was uninhabitable. So I'm not saying it's as bad as it was when it was damaged by the storm. Probably not. He's been doing some repairs. But that's the reason I had to make this change, manual. So we looked at similar comparables. There's about, in this complex, I don't know how many units there are, but there's about 5 different floor plans. And so these are the 1362, or at least a reasonable sample of them. And you can see at the bottom, kind of the third column, they're all 1362 square feet, which is like the subject property. And they range in value. The first one's at 249,000 for the improvement, and at the bottom it's 77,000. So there's some distinction there. Land values are all the same, and the market value. When we did a median, if you will, of the market value, that's where we got our 226. So in closing, I like to say that we took the 226 less the statement from the owner that the property was still in need of repair. And he wanted to go back to last year value, which I work for him. So that's the last year value. And I'll stop there. I'm sorry, the 163 is the last year value per the owner. Okay. So I'll stop there and let the district.
So let me make sure I'm seeing on the one that just showed up on our tab list, your notes here said less repairs. So you're per the owner, the cost to correct is $62,920.
Well, yes, I think more condition. I'm not sure that he needs 62,000 in repairs. He just said it was uninhabitable. And he said the 226 is too high. And quite frankly, I was on the road. So I said, okay, let's take it back to last year's and I'll tell the board this. So the less repairs basically is my way of getting to the value of last year of 163.
So we don't know really what he has left as of January 1, what the condition of the condo was.
He just said it was uninhabitable
As
of January 1.
we don't know to what extent.
No, he said the floors were not done and the lighting. Probably means he had electricity.
Ask me to use the checklist.
They don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Eamon, then you have 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
You'll ask one of the questions I was gonna ask. What condition is like. Okay, all right, the subject is 12110. This is a condo in Allegro North. The last known sale price was $224 in 2005, and last year's value was $163,080. This year it was noticed at $323,670, and it was listed as being 100% complete. It is currently listed for sale for $420,000, $419,000. The sales grid shows sales grid shows other condos that are for sale, indicating a median value for the subject at $341,549. That includes sales in Bay House and 2 in Allegro North. So we're low on the sales value. The equity value indicated by the subject for the subject is $324,840. The differences I would say as far as the equity grid here and our equity grid is there's they're comparable properties appropriately adjusted. And a lot of the reason that these have different values for the improvements is upstairs, downstairs, water, not water, that kind of thing. But again, this grid does assume that the property is 100% complete. We don't have any adjustments being made for it being incomplete on January 1st. And then the sales ratio report that follows, this is actually, I wish we'd had this during the year. I've always wanted to show you all one of these. Instead of showing the neighborhood, this is actually all the condos. Just in 1 year, 144 condo sales. That's how many condos that we know what they transacted for. That's a lot. All the trade with baseball cards. We don't know exactly what the property was like. If he says, okay, so our definition of uninhabitable would mean no running water, not climate controlled yet, that kind of thing. Doesn't have any fixtures, doors. And then once it's to where it just keeps the outside out and the inside in, it's usually by that point, it's usually about 75% done. And we've had to make this distinction when stuff is damaged, where it's more nebulous. But I would say even just splitting the difference between 50% and 75%, which I mean, it's how bad could it have been on January 1st for it to be done by now? But just giving it the full benefit of the doubt that it is truly uninhabitable.
Is it done now?
It's for sale now.
It's for sale,
It's
okay.
totally done now. And the only thing, like, if it'd be nice if we knew exactly what it was like on January 1st, but the only thing we know is he's saying it's uninhabitable. That would put the floor for our the adjustment type of adjustments we would make would be 230,000. So somewhere between 230 and 323 is what we would think is appropriate, and whatever y'all think is reasonable, I'm good with.
Still got time. So you have 2 minutes for a cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal. If you need that much time.
So as far as the property being listed, it was listed, I think in May, if you got that listed. So it wasn't listed. So it was, and this is one of the points that owner made to me today was, I think it was last year when it was, one of the years when it was, the district said, well, we have to value it as of January 1st.
Right.
And maybe it was the freeze this past last year when everything kind of went bad. But on January 1st of this year, it was not listed. It wasn't listed till May. And he completed the repair. As I understand, the last year's value was at 50% complete, and which was the 163. And so my calculation was that they did do some repairs. And I put it at 75% complete for the improvements. That brought it up to about 207. And appreciate the district's consideration that, you know, they would look at it somewhere 230 to 323. So I can see 207 and I really can see 226 as a happy medium.
How do you end up with such different numbers? Let me see. So that's,
When you say 6 numbers.
no, with such different numbers. So you know the common elements part 75,000, right? That's a fixed amount.
I think that's the land.
That is land, yeah. So you took last year's number minus the land, I guess. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it? Yeah, last year was 75 still. Okay. I see.
75% complete last year.
No, 75,000.
Oh, sorry.
For the land.
Sorry.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. Let me,
Scott, did once the Allegro North condos were done, did the unit values change for the? I know it didn't get a neighborhood
It
adjustment.
might have gotten some effective years.
It did. This one didn't, but did the? I'm just wondering why it doesn't seem like.
double, it seems like triple. You know what I mean?
Could be a neighborhood.
Or was this actually like 25 last year or something? There isn't a neighborhood negative on here. Because we're the thing is we're saying the same thing. We're just getting different numbers, and I'm trying to figure out why. I see what he's saying. Last year the improvements was 80-something thousand, and so I guess they're purported to be 50%.
1977. It's basically like nothing had ever been.
Oh, okay. So they got an effective age bump.
Nothing had ever been-
Okay.
They're
Okay.
like original condos. Like
Okay.
original condos with no repairs.
Well, then
Nothing had
in
ever
that
been done
case,
to 'em.
yeah, like his calculations, the same one I would do.
Because we would add the effective age once it's done, not before it's done, not prospectively.
Well,
So that would be
Do you have-
75,000.
Do you have evidence to show what the status of this building was or this condo was on January 1st?
I do not have pictures, no, sir. I just have the testimony of the homeowner.
Homeowner's not here under oath.
No, sir.
I don't,
So, okay, so yeah, there you go.
I don't,
Yeah, I'm not even addressing like the presence or absence of evidence. I'm just saying what the numbers are.
Okay.
The rest is up to you guys.
So you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Yeah, I guess I'll just state that I'm revising my numbers with the 192 fourth from the two, whatever it was, 230. So
you got what?
How did you get the 192?
it is the previous year's value was based on it being 50% complete.
Right.
This year, if it's 75% complete, so it's better, but it's not done. That's how much the whole property would be worth because the land value doesn't change. The reason it looks so different from this year is because it's a bit of a thing with condos and with really all property after the hurricane. So you have a house, it's 20 years old, it's worth what it's worth because it's depreciated.
Right.
And it's damaged. So it's worth half as much as it would be if it wasn't damaged. So you build it back, but you don't build it back 20 years old, you build it back this year, right? So this condo is not actually half done to what it used to be. It's half done to what it's going to be. However, we have not done anybody's property that way by way of just trying to be fair and conservative. But these condos that are 50% done, we've been valuing them at 50% of what they used to be, not 50% of what they're gonna be. So once they're done, the value goes way up past 100% because that's when we say, okay, now it is objectively better. We can prove it's better. We're not just predicting that it's gonna be better, right? We're just trying to work with what we have.
Let me boil this down to what we have here. Your calculation is based on the 75% complete at the beginning of this year.
Correct.
We have no evidence of that.
We just have his testimony. That's it.
We don't have the testimony. We
Well-
don't have the testimony of the owner.
Right, well, he's here to represent the owner.
I understand, but have you seen it? Did you see it on January 1st?
No, sir, I did not.
I mean,
But the appraisal district was valuing it at 100% on their notice value, 100% complete. And they haven't seen it either. I'm not arguing, I'm just saying they
I
haven't seen it.
understand, we have no evidence of what the condition of this property was on January 1st. Whether it's 75, 85, or 100.
Right.
We have no evidence.
Not a percentage, no, sir.
We have a statement by the owner who's not here under oath, who says it wasn't inhabitable. What does that mean? Means different things to different people, I would suspect.
Yes, sir.
I see no evidence to change with you.
I think there's possibly it's not totally complete, but we don't have any evidence to show us one way or the other what it was.
What it was.
Right. We can't,
Could have been
75,
100%
85,
complete.
95?
we can't go through our checklist.
We can't go through our checklist. There's no one here to answer the question.
But can I ask, if I may, if the hearing's not closed?
No, it's
I
not
mean,
closed.
You can
We're
see
probably out of
on
line.
the list here on my improvement list where the improvement value by the district, these are the district values, not mine. They range from 249 at the first one and then down to 77. Well, I mean, that's the inconsistency here.
But the reason that they're different is because some of these may have been incomplete, like obviously incomplete. I don't know, because I don't know what these accounts all are. But a lot of them are gonna be different because these units are not all the same. Some of them are gonna be better situated than others, basically. There's a big difference between upstairs, downstairs, you have to haul furniture, but you can see the water.
Water, the pool.
Yeah, or are you the one at the end? Do you have two neighbors? There's all kinds of things. So, you know,
It's, you've got 2 minutes, Eamon, for follow if you need.
oh, so no, I didn't know we were still within structured time. That's okay.
You done then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think-
All right, let's go to closing. So, Mike, you got 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
No further comment.
Okay, anything from you, maybe?
I guess not.
Okay.
The problem is that we have had a number of people come in and describe what the condition of their condos were on January 1st. And they were able to go through a checklist that we have of what was complete and what was not complete, from which we can derive a percentage. We also have them bring pictures in. We've had them bring pictures in that show us exactly what the condition is. We have nothing to go on here. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's just no evidence being presented that would lead us to a number, a percent complete on January 1st.
Basically, be making up a number.
Yeah, and that is just not
Charged to do that.
the way we do it.
Even accepting that he says uninhabitable, that's not too specific.
Yeah.
He was trying to say, we have a checklist we go through, is to say, do you have electricity, do you have air conditioning, do you have flooring, do you have insulation, do you have windows, do you have trim, blah, blah, and after all of that's gone through, we're able to take come up with a percentage of completeness. We have no information to even give us any indication of what that might not be, and we'd be pulling a number out of our hat just to say, okay, yeah, maybe it wasn't complete, but it could be 95, 85, 65, we have no idea.
Which is why we went on the equity. Equity is a median value of like value properties. And so that's all we had to go on.
But these are not necessarily like valued properties. If some of these properties were in fact proven to be incomplete, say 50 or 60 or 70%, then they would be a lower number. And once again, we don't know where yours fits into that whole scenario.
This, the owner is he doing the repairs himself?
No, he lives in San Antonio.
So in other words, it's not the condo that's, the condo owners, or, I mean, that the property owners doing, like some of the condos are, they're going by building and stuff
Hire
like that.
different builders. to
Yeah.
do it.
Cause I can't even compare it to, you know, like a unit next door or something like that. I just don't know. I'm at a loss, cause I don't know, you know, aside from throwing the
I
dart.
don't think we have to be at a loss, because I think we.
I said I'm at a loss, cause I
Yeah,
just
no, I
don't know what
understand
to
what you're
do.
saying. I think our guidelines are fairly clear in the fact that we have to have some kind of substantial proof, of which we have.
Yeah, I think we have, in my opinion, is we would stick with the 2021.
We have no choice, I don't, but to leave it the way it is.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I wish we could do
If
something.
we had
something, but
pictures,
we
we
can't.
had some more construction bills or anything like that that would give us a better estimate of where exactly the building was on January 1. Not the building, not particular unit. But we really can't come out and make up a number.
Yeah. Can I make a motion? Okay. I'm gonna make a motion on account 12110. When considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $323,670.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Good
So,
now.
all right, we should put the copy, but
Thank you for listening.
tell your client next time we'll use pictures. All
right.
Something more substantial.
Aaron, thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thanks. Thank you for taking the help.
Take care.
Let me see.
Okay, so the guy that is
Yes.
gonna be here at 4:30. Out there, or and if he doesn't show up, has submitted an affidavit.
Okay.
So that we can, yeah, that's good, then we don't have to wait around, we don't have to
Yeah,
wait
that's
till
true.
4:45, we can just get started.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, you know.
Now, this guy was an agent.
Yeah.
He knows better.
Sure. Unless he's never been challenged for evidence before.
This guy was doing.
We're good.
I know they're good. Problem.
So it was cold before and now it's getting warm.
Now it's getting warmer. Yeah.
I don't know if you can do it at 4:30 or 4:45. I thought Oh, okay.
Yeah. Jump up and do the supplements and stuff.
Michael. What did you put? Cigarette lighter under the thermostat?
I think it's fine.
By the way.
Well,
I got a high one. I'm excited about it.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I love
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
I'm talking on the phone on there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cool.
Okay.
I love it.
It's actually got microphones, so you can use it as a phone.
You called me right now. I'm gonna answer.
You'd answer on your watch.
I talked to Jim and Franklin on it this morning.
Okay. The Dick Tracy wristwatch is here.
I'm sorry, Dave, I can't hear you, but I'm talking to my wristwatch.
Okay,
Is he here?
not yet, but we're gonna go ahead and get the other stuff out of the way, which is supplements. We have supplements and chief appraiser motion. Might as well get it done right now. I mean, you know.
Yeah, he just said November 1.
Yeah. These right here are
Deadly.
delicious.
Those
Yes,
are
they have
deadly.
like little pretzels in them.
Pretzels in them.
I've got some in the house too.
Yeah.
God,
I pulled it over, you gotta
I've been
go to
eating
get it.
like crazy.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so what do we do?
You know what? Cause you should have, cause you have to write.
Well, there's that chair. We've got that fold out.
Yeah, Amy.
Appraisal maintenance, is that what we're doing?
Well, probably minutes to be approved next. I'll just kind of go down the list.
And Scott's gonna come right back around, so you might wanna.
Oh,
Scoot up.
You're right.
Just
I'm
scoot
gonna
up.
go grab my tie. And you also might want to see. Oh, yeah.
I think Dee had a conversation with you, Dee, the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, and he kind of got a poll of who was wanting to roll off and who wanted to stay on, and some people are finishing out their terms, which is fine. But those that want to continue to like re-up that are finished with their terms, there's a new process, a new law. It goes through what's called an administrative judge, which in our case happens to be Judge Watley. So by and large, she will handle the process of appointing ARB members in the future, because that's the way the new law has been written. For those that are interested, there'll be a process and you can like put your application in or whatever. So we'll get more of that information.
Basically, it's just two of us staying.
I think both their terms are through 22.
22.
So that's not a problem. You indicated you wanted to roll off, you indicated you were rolling off.
I don't know what those do.
Yeah, again, there's an application process, moving
He
forward for
was
any
still-
of.
yeah, he was still in some terms of that.
He was in, he's rolling off.
When I asked him,
He's not
I,
gonna stay on?
He's rolling off. Cindy's term ended in 21, ends in 21.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
He said he was willing to come back.
Again, he would have to go through an application. It's just information. The laws changed. It's just like the administrative
Right,
judge.
but when I polled everybody, he said he would like to continue. So someone needs to communicate with him. I haven't heard from him since our last session.
Yeah, that's right. And I knew there were some other things. I know that Dee was gonna reach out to him.
Yeah. because
So
I
just
haven't-
to tell him the same
I
kind
haven't
of
heard
thing.
He didn't call us on this morning, so.
All right, moving on to the, before the other fella comes, there's meeting minutes to approve from last time. Do you want to go through that action really
Sure,
quickly?
yeah, absolutely.
I just. Pretty sure.
Are they
Right,
okay?
there are four dates in there. It was the last
August
week of
4?
August.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Get kind of cold.
And all of these chief resolutions, we form them that they can come. Okay.
The ones where it was going to be increased.
Yeah, that's right. Whenever y'all are good with the minutes, then motion.
I wasn't here for much, so. That's connected.
Okay.
Yeah, good with these.
So I'm gonna make a motion. I move that we approve the minutes from August 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th, 2021.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Done.
All right, I'd like to go over the chief appraiser motions at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and read those into the record. The very first thing is Coconut Cove, Unit 8, lots 53 and 54. It is 105 Lakeview Road. The years affected is a clerical error that affects the property owner's liability for the 2019 and 2020 years. The home site in the over 65 was applied for hurricane damage incurred in the previous year. The structure in 2018 was diminished compared to the value prior to the 27th hurricane. And in 2019 and 2020, the value of the structure increased, but it was not noted as new value. The motion will add the new value for the 2019 and 2020 year and correct the tax ceiling limitation as set over the 65 exemption. So this is basically a situation where we really should not have applied the over 65 exemption because they had not lived in the property as the property owner on January 1st of 2017. To the best of my knowledge, this is that one, right? Is that right? Is that the one? Yeah, and so really, they shouldn't have even had the exemption, but it was applied, and even in as much, any value that they added back, they can't freeze at this lower diminished structure value. It has to be what it was before. And so we used that 2017 to calculate whatever that freeze was. So this is basically taking care of freezes because they're moving. Is that right? They're moving? Yeah. Okay. The very next one is Coconut Ridge Unit 7, lots 42 and 43, 8 clams. The property was damaged in the years in question are 2020 and 2021. The property was damaged by the hurricane. New value was entered to rebuild was erroneous. The new value for 20 will be changed from 120,000 back down to 52,860. This will cause the tax-free ceiling to be recalculated, and the taxes will be lowered for those years, 20 and 21. Okay. And I need a motion on both of those, please.
Oh, there's only two?
Those are the only two for chief.
Okay. All right.
I move that we approve the chief appraiser's motion for correction of appraisal roll for property ID 16314 and 17017.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Next one are joint motions to correct. The very first one is Bahia Bay Vista RV Park, parcel number 50724. There was an incorrect, this is per rendered value, so this is a rendition value, and it was rendered late. The incorrect value is $7,040. They rendered $6,798. It was corrected. The very next one is Jody Balch. This is account number 8822768. It is for the year of 2021. The mobile home was located on the property in January of 21 and needs to be taxed. So we didn't have it on the roll. It was an incorrect value. We added it. It's 52,000. This was at the owner's request. Again, it's a joint motion. That's why you see all these signatures from different people. It's us and it's the district and the people coming together to say this thing. The very next one is Brown, 8808892. It's for the year of 2021. Again, this is a business closure form. They didn't tell us until late, so they closed the business prior to January of 21. The next one is Brooks Fishing Guide Service. It's for the year of 2021. Again, it's a business closure form. They didn't tell us until late. The next one is Chapman. It looks like a business closure form. That's account number 63540. Again, they did not tell us until late. The next one is Terry. This is 8821849. It's for the year of 2021. It's a business closure form. They didn't tell us until late. All right, that's all the joint motions to correct.
What are all these businesses that close?
They're required to render to us prior to,
Yeah.
they're required prior,
What are they that were closed?
some were fishing guides, some were other businesses, yeah.
Okay, I move that we approve the joint motion to correct incorrect appraised market values for parcel number 50724, 8822768, 8808892, 52300, 63540, and 8821849.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Next thing we're going over is rescheduled hearings. You can pull up that document. I'm gonna go ahead and read this into the record. 4 hearings that were originally scheduled for September 13th, 2021, had to be canceled due to inclement weather. Accounts PIDs are 25107, 55117, 24720, and 54798. The preference is a Monday afternoon. The possibilities would include October 25th and November 1st. Recently got some information from my attorney who's going to be representing the district in part that day, and his preference is November 1st. You might not remember, but this inclement weather was the threatening of the hurricane, and it turned at the last minute, but that was that day. So it's only 4 accounts. It's one property owner, one property.
Yes.
This is,
But
So
we would,
should put November 1st.
November 1st is our attorney's preference, please. I mean, that's
can't be
my,
here the 25th.
Looks like a good day for me. so.
November 1st.
It's a Monday.
sure, if that works for
November 1st
everybody.
is a Monday, I believe, Libby.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a Monday
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah.
And we would include, like that other one that you approved today for, one of the property owners that couldn't make it. We'll go ahead and put them on too
Yep.
for that
Okay.
day. Anything we get in, we'll put on for that day between now and then that we can do.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Make a motion.
Motion.
Okay.
What are we gonna do in the morning or afternoon?
Afternoon, has to be the afternoon.
Oh, it has to be the
Afternoon, in the afternoon.
Okay.
That's the owner's preference, and the first is the attorney's preference, so it has to be November 1st on the afternoon.
So 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock or 1:30?
We typically start 1:30, but like today, we did 1 o'clock.
Let's do 1 o'clock. if we get done. Busy, we'll have a longer time. But then we'll do it.
Okay.
Okay with everybody, 1 o'clock?
1
1
o'clock's
o'clock
fine.
is fine.
Make a motion.
Get it in here, ain't
I'll
it?
make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
The next scheduled meeting of the ARB be on November 1st at 1 o'clock.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
One
That's all right.
a point of clarification for the question that we had about the 25-25. Did you already tell them?
No.
Okay, so here's the deciding factor. If the ARB meets and hears a case in which they render an ARB order decision, they are not a party is not eligible for a 25-25. If they're a no-show and you have not rendered a value, they are eligible at any time prior to the delinquency date. So that's always February 1st. Anytime.
If they've been a no-show.
If they're a no-show, they are still eligible for, that was the question that arose.
About this morning.
So they're eligible
Okay.
for a 25-25. In as much, all of the ones that you ruled on earlier that still that you gave the ability to, or even if you denied them, like you can still tell them that they're still eligible for 25-25 if they were not shown. So we've formulated the letters in such fashion, and we talked about that code. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we'll do supplements after they hear the Rockport.
Oh, is there somebody here now? You wanna do the supplement real, well, we can do supplement, if they're here right now,
Yeah, when Beth came in, she was saying they're here.
okay, well then we should do them right now, and then we'll do the supplements then.
All right,
Is it him or just the one guy?
yes, it'll be for 6 accounts.
Yeah.
It'll be Casey Jackson.
Is it in the 3 o'clock docket?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Well, but we don't have it on the sheets.
Okay, this will be at the 3 o'clock folder, everything. Yeah.
Right there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, right there, that empty chair.
Who am I
We do
speaking,
have it.
who am I speaking to?
Casey Jackson.
Casey Jackson.
Yeah, how are y'all doing?
All right. Six account? Casey,
Yes.
6 account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have a preferences to order?
No, I'd probably address them all once pretty quickly.
We gotta do them in order one by one at a time.
We have, let
Probably
me say,
not.
we can position it so that we know there's 6 here.
Okay, okay.
So that we don't have to go through the script 6
Let's
times. We
start
only
with-
have to do it once.
Let's start with
But-
the little lots.
Oh, okay.
Which is that?
The first one's gonna be case 2279,
Yes?
7, 8.
and then 80, 81. Oh, it's 78, one of them as well. Oh, okay, you're right, you're right. It's 78, 79, 80, and 81, the last 4.
Last 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Those are all the little ones.
They're gonna want you to say the statement out
Okay.
loud.
So they're
Your name,
0.3
But
acres.
it's only whenever Charlie's gonna let you know it.
Okay. And we're only gonna do the script once, but you gotta bear with me.
All right.
The governor says I have to do it, I have to do it.
All right.
We're going to be opening hearings on 6 cases. They're case number 2276, account 24162. Case number 2277, case number 8821889. Case number 2278, case number, account number 8821891. Case number 2279, account number 8821892. Case number 2280, account number 8821893. Case number 2281, account number 8821890. This hearing is being recorded. What do you got?
Protest. Let's see here. 25 keys. We'll do the first one. Doesn't say, I'm not seeing the original.
I see Q1, Q2 on one of them.
Do you?
All right, let's go with that for now. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. As you probably figured out by now, the 4 of us are the review board. Eamon is the district representative. Don't worry about him, he just runs the computer. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey to be completed may be completed using a survey form and email to pted.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/RSS survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our documentation. As you probably know, you'll get a document at the end of the hearing by snail mail. It shows what our determination of value is. It'll also have included in it the instructions and information in case you disagree. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that's not been provided must be provided at this time. Very important. Do we have all of your evidence inputted to the system?
Yes.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone, another person in violation of tax code section 4166 as related to case numbers 2276 through 2281.
Go ahead. I'll wait till we swear in.
Okay. I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it pertains to case numbers 2276 through 2281.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another individual in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to case numbers 2276 to 2281.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F relating to case number 2276, 77, 78, 79, 80, and 81.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Casey, it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna address lots.
Oh, no, you're just wait.
Go on then.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is to be correct.
What's your name, please?
Casey Jackson.
Okay, and then I want you to read the case numbers.
Case numbers 2276, 2277, 2278, 2279, 2280, and 2281.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Cases 2276, 2277, 2278, 2279, 2280, and 2281.
Actually, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser license.
No.
Okay. You have a document, a chart that's on the right there. That's the procedure we'll follow throughout the hearing.
Okay.
There are two main.
Quick question. Didn't we hear this case earlier this year?
Well, we heard it for 2019, and then because it was late, it was like February when we had this. So we heard it for 2019. I
We
assume.
heard it this calendar year, but we have not heard it for this tax year.
Okay. So I assume.
Yeah.
All right, so it was like a 25D that we heard before this tax year's
Yes.
stuff. Right, so like
Just this year.
one of the first April sessions or something like that.
Yep.
Okay.
Good memory. I remember.
Okay, good.
The chart has two major columns because it's broken into two sections, depending on whether you want to speak first or Eamon gets to speak first and you get to choose.
I only need about 30 seconds.
Okay. In that case, you go first. You have 5 minutes. We're going to start with opening a hearing on case number 2278, account 8821891. Go ahead, Casey.
Well, I think the property's worth what we sold it for, at least lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which last year we had under contract at some point for $875. We did a bunch of horse trading with the county, going back and forth on some stuff and extending options and us doing some additional services and things like that for them, or adding some value to the property. So we ended up selling lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the county for $200,000. So I would argue that makes those worth $50,000 a piece. And one of the reasons those aren't very valuable lots is because they're it's almost impossible to develop them without lot 5.
When we cut this up, we cut it up into 6 different lots. There are state highway requirements for access. And so lots 1 through 4 on their own, you couldn't actually even put an entrance in on those. So I think that's why they're valued at less. But that being said, we sold lots 1, 2, and 3, 4 for $100,000. I'm sorry, $200,000. So I would think that would put 1, 2, 3, and 4 at a $50,000 valuation. It's $40,000. And lot 5 sold for $875. And that was in a sale that happened, like April or May.
May,
Yeah, May.
I think it will depend on when, because there's, when the stuff is agreed to and then when it's ratified, but it's public.
So the
I
total
think the
was.
papers would late May.
Yeah.
This May or the, or?
No, this a couple months ago.
Just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
So lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 are those little slices. And those are 78, 79, 80, and 81. That's why you said do those 4 together?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And your argument is they sold for essentially $50,000 each.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, there was a, I think y'all know it said that there was like a $1.1 million sale, but it was like 25,000 of that was like option fee and other stuff because it took so long to sell it. So it's slightly less than that, the actual sales price. And then lot 6.
well, wait a minute. Don't get too far ahead.
We're actually just gonna do lot 1.
Okay.
We're gonna do lot 1 and then we're gonna replicate that.
Okay.
We hope.
Okay.
Is that everything you have to present on lot 1?
Correct.
Okay. Nathan,
I agree.
you agree?
I agree.
$50,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that pass the test?
By
We don't do that yet.
well, no, but it's, I'm
Doesn't make any
just to
difference.
tell you, it was noticed this year at
150.
150.
Yeah, right. Gotcha. Okay. Motion.
Okay, so I'm gonna move down on account 882-1891. When considering both Q1 and Q2, that we lower the market value of this property from $115,500 down to $50,000 based on the sale price provided by the owner's agent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case 2279, account 882-1892. Same 50, gentlemen. I need you to say it's the same $50,000.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
the same evidence as last case.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna move then on account number 882-1892, when considering both Q1 and Q2, that we lower the 2021 market value from $151,850 down to $50,000 based on evidence of sale price given by the property owner.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opening hearing on case 2280, account 882-1893. Gentlemen,
Yeah, same as last case.
Additional for you,
Yes.
Casey?
same as last?
Okay. So I'm gonna move then on account number 882-1893, when considering both Q1 and Q2, that we lower the 2021 market value from $153,010 down to $50,000 based on sales price provided by the property owner's agent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opening hearing on case 2281, account number 882-1890.
Our evidence is the same as last.
Same.
Okay. I move then on account number 8821890, when considering both Q1 and Q2, that we lower the 2021 assessed market value of $115,500 down to $50,000 based on sales price information provided by the property owner's agent.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Case closed. Okay, now we have 2276 and 2277 left. Which one you want to do?
2277 is a lot
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case number 2277, account number 8821889. Who goes first?
So that ended up selling for $840,000. The reported sales price is a higher number because most of that was like a long 2-year option period to cover our expenses for that process. So I propose that the valuation is $840 for that one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You agree?
Okay.
Okay,
So I'm going to make a motion then on account
What's that?
8821889, when considering both Q1 and Q2, that we lower the 2021 market value from $1,212,730 down to $840,000 based on evidence presented by the property owner's agent of the sale price.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Need a number for the 1/3 test is 1,119,000, which means this passes. We've noticed it 1.2.
What do we got left? 2276.
Yeah.
Yes, 2276.
Okay, opening a hearing on case number 2276, account number 24162.
Last year, the board had agreed to put the value at $595 based on us having it under contract at that price for several years. That's since lost under contract, and we've gotten under contract at $615 again. But the challenge of the property is it's very specific use, and it's not of value to a lot of people. It's so expensive to change it to something that people can do something with. So the challenge is it's almost would be easier for people to start with just a lot and build fresh. But so anyway, I've got it under contract for I have it under contract for $615. Last year we had it, you guys had agreed to $595, and so I'm proposing the value of $615.
It's very reasonable. I agree with that.
Okay.
615.
I move then, make a motion on account 24162. When considering both Q1 and Q2, that we lower the 2021 market value from $1,091,010 down to $615,000 based on contract of sale or for sale price given by the property owner's agent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.
And just to make it clear, the 1/3 number on that is 819,979. So that's fine.
I checked that.
Okay. Making sure it's on the tape.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. If you want to.
This document that I signed? Or she took it already?
I think she already grabbed it. Yeah, she didn't.
Thank you, guys. That's your last one today?
Yes.
How many days are y'all doing this?
We have something.
This is just this one-off for late 25 days.
Oh, yeah, we got
Oh, yeah?
something.
My kids.
Fine.
Homework for you?
No, but there's some more.
Oh, you have more letters? Okay.
We have like one other bit of
No, there's one other thing.
future hearings, maybe. And we got that.
Grant.
I thought I heard something about more letters.
There's supplements, section 8 supplements, I believe.
Oh, section 8.
Are you putting through a couple more? Cause
I'm
Greg said.
I'm doing the work here. I mean,
Yeah,
like they're,
All right, supplement to do real quick and then y'all are done.
Well, and possible future.
Oh, sorry.
But wait, there's one more.
Promise me a good
Always
time.
one more.
Don't threaten me with a good time. My goodness.
That was quick, thankfully.
Yeah.
So how did your daughter decide on this college?
We have a family,
well,
family member that went there and had a really good experience and,
click that off.
it's, no, it's.
But we still have
yeah.
something.
No, I'm saying, once you get them
Oh,
to adjourn, once
right.
they
I'm sorry?
actually adjourn.
Kids will be gone.
Yeah, I'm saying,
Yeah, yeah.
not yet, we're still working.
Yeah, there's.
Bryn Mawr and
Bryn Mawr's a girls' school.
so it's like, oh,
Yeah, faster, but no, I don't think we'll join,
yeah, well,
whatever, sorry.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Yeah, my wife's cousin went there and had a really good experience and have some family in the area that's probably an hour away. And she wanted to go to a small school, and this is fairly small. I think there's 1,500, 1,600 students, something like that. It's pretty
Is
small.
the cheerleading?
Yeah,
So she's able to do that there, or?
she was offered, but she's going to not do that because she wants to focus on other things. Yeah, she wants to do study abroad, missions, and other things. This is a really highly focused Christian education, and she really wanted the availability to be involved in other things. So, really, really good for her. So we're excited. So we're ready to do the supplement appraisal.
Supplemental?
Yes.
Supplement.
Let's see, are we doing detail groups? Are we doing this is the order?
Yes, that's
Just-
what.
Okay, that's just let's do the detail groups. That's like the exhaustive list, right? Or is that the,
Yes, it lists all the names.
that's a requirement that all the names and the legal descriptions are there. And then if you look, there's 51 pages of that. And if you go to the last document, if you go to the last one, that's like a summary. This is an easier one for you to look at. It's just 2 pages here. It's the last document. So you have to get out of the 51-page document and go to the two. Yeah, the certified roll of supplemental changes. This is a summary of everything.
Oh, okay.
If you'd like to look at it this way, you can look at the 51-page document.
Okay.
The 2-page document is a nice summary of all of the changes.
My God, $556,000 in business closures?
56,000.
56,000.
Oh, that's a dollar sign.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, 56,000.
you had my attention first.
What are the second, third columns? Or
On the 2-page document?
yeah, on the 2-page document, the 2 right-hand columns, what are those?
Those are summaries.
Summary.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the total summation. Yeah, they're summaries.
Second column would be by year, and the third column is for that entire.
For that entire group.
Group, okay.
That district settlements, that the $4.9 million one, that's a big one there in that first group.
Yeah.
There was a person that had, what, 30 accounts?
Well, you can look in the detail.
Yeah, in the detail, it had
And,
30 accounts, and rather than come in here and do it, like, you kind of waited around for a little while, but it was all worked out. So all of that value,
Okay.
it would either be in the ARB decision or it would be here. So this is where it was. The ARB decisions, the 41, 47 are the ones that you handled late in the year. That's $2.2 million. So that first group supplement change was a big one, that 368. 369, there's some joint motions and some homestead caps. 370 was just a freeze, refreeze process. 371, again, some minor corrections to the roll, a UDI creation, and a double assessment that got repaired or fixed. 371, there was a creation of a new property and the clerical error, and then there was a homestead cap. 372 and 373 were just freeze, refreeze calculations, no value change. It's a nice general summary of the supplements. It's happened since the last time that y'all met, right? It's the last time they met?
Yes.
I will answer any questions either in the detail or the summary. Or try to.
So the pretty all tend to be minus numbers with those deposits.
I'm sorry?
They seem to be more negative numbers than positive numbers.
Always.
Is that just because that's always the case?
Yeah. Yeah, to add value to the roll, it would either have to be a joint or a chief motion. And the most probable joint motions are joint motions to remove something like a business closure or something like that. You very rarely get it going the other way, like you forgot to add my house or you forgot to add my mobile home, add that to the list. So yeah, in more cases than not, it's losing value.
For most of our decisions, pretty much always.
But the majority of them are, you see the summary with a big negative, but a lot of these are just, there's no value change. It's just like a exemption applied or, something. It's just some kind of correction that gives zero value change.
Okay.
Right, Val?
Mhm.
Yeah. That's it.
Motion.
Okay. I move that we approve the certified roll changes of assessed value that have occurred since the last quarter.
Since the last time that you accepted supplement details.
Okay, since the last time we've accepted supplement detail changes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We've kind of jumped around on the agenda, but have we covered everything?
No,
We've got two more things, one more thing.
one more thing, the possible future hearings.
Okay.
Is it a grant future hearings? It's under the tab grant future hearings. And there's two accounts.
Yes.
We'll open up 32041.
You do them in there?
Yeah.
You may get that to them.
Yeah. Stuff.
The very first one is 32401 or 32041 Kinson.
You want us to see
Yeah,
it?
no, I just want to close the door.
Yeah. And you have
I'm gonna go ahead and read it. It's Sterling, this is on. Okay. James Edward Schuman and Shelley J. Nelson. Exemption was denied, modified, or canceled. The district is seeking to remove the homestead exemption and penalize me for the 2018 and 2019. We lived on the property in 2018 and portion of 19. In person, regular property owner. This is something that I think at some point recently after certification, Mr. Schuman intended to move in with Nelson, is that right? I think that's right. He moved, basically, he's moving his homestead. Mr. Schuman is moving his homestead. He had an 11-135 property, which was one that was damaged by the hurricane. And you'll recall that 11-135 allows you to keep a homestead exemption on a property for 5 years, in which you can repair the home and continue to receive the exemption. But if you leave prior to the construction being complete, then you get the exemption removed and for any retroactive years that you had it. So that's the case that we have here. He is protesting that. He's protesting that action by the district for the penalty.
This is two owners that have a 50% interest, is that right?
Actually, we'd have to go into the account to see. I don't know why Nelson is indicated. I think it's just owned by Schuman.
Okay.
The account number is 32041, Val.
Potential future hearings.
Yes, potential future hearings. This is for you to grant a hearing.
Okay.
Or not grant a hearing.
It is in both of their names.
Okay.
Doesn't specify a certain percentage of interest for
Okay.
either one.
Yeah.
We just have it in both their names.
And it did have a homestead in the years in question. You know, it had a homestead prior to 17, had a homestead in 17, 18, and 19. To the best of my knowledge, it was marked as a property that was damaged or rendered destroyed by the hurricane. It has very diminished value, and to our knowledge, it was not repaired. When these things come up and we see that they're vacating a primary residence, or they sell a primary residence, they didn't sell it in this case, they're just vacating it. It's the same thing. And then we look at that time, we generally send somebody, as soon as we see a deed or they file for an exemption somewhere else, we send somebody out that week or within a 10-day period. And we did so, and they verified that this is still not complete. So under that section of the law, we are required to notify the property owner that, hey, they're about to be penalized for that. And that's why you have a protest in front of you.
Okay. Let me ask this question. If it's got 2, 3, 4 owners, whatever, you're just protesting the property, right? I mean, you're not, is there any messiness with, well, he moved out, but she stayed, and so we're gonna take half the homestead, and she gets to keep her half, and I mean, it's just the owners collectively moved out of the property, so the owners collectively lose their homestead.
I think Ms. Nelson has her own homestead 2 doors down, so.
Okay.
I think, if I remember right. But having said that, the subject property received an exemption. It was marked as 11-135. It's not complete, and they have not repaired it. That's the district's
Okay,
position, and therefore the law indicates that I have to do an 11-135 penalty, notify the tax office, we remove the exemption, and
now they're
protesting.
And this is
So let
for
me
the
ask you a
house
question.
that they're living in.
Oh, they
today.
moved out.
No, they moved out.
They moved out.
Or they filed an
Yes,
exemption.
They moved, well, right, and they filed for a homestead exemption on another property here.
So let me ask you a question. If the law is the law, and there's that gonna call law, that you have to take their taxes back or their homesteads back, then why would we hear it? They wouldn't lose.
Because we've certified the roll and we've changed their taxable value, meaning that we've removed an exemption and penalized them, and they still have the ability to appeal. They have the ability to appeal, to the best of our knowledge. And we think we're right, but it doesn't change the fact that they still have a right to appeal.
So we need to hear it.
I think so. I think we need to hear this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on property ID here.
2041.
320441. Okay. On property 32041, owned by James Schuman and Shelley Nelson, that we grant them a hearing on the loss of their homestead exemption.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
The next case is 16139. It is Sterling Bray, 301 Coconut Cove Road. They are saying failure to send required notice, section 41.411A. Other 26% increase, homestead cap is 10%. I'm filing under the section of 41.411A, failure to bring notice of new appraisal value increase. With that failure to give notice, I would like an exception to the filing deadline. I would then like to protest my 26% increase. The property tax code set the limit of 10% of the value of the property for last year. By telephone conference, by regular first class mail, appraisal district's value assigned to your property, 215,480, signed by Sterling Bray. Attached with that is a document by us indicating that we were in receipt of his late protest, that he could write the ARB. And then we also put the language in, let's see. Yeah, we also talked about the language of 2525. And this is October 1st document. You can see there's an October 1st document here. It's not in the,
No, it's not in.
but I am saying that there's a document that the district said, hey, we received your deal. We're going to read this to the ARB.
Okay. So we would be granting him a 2525D hearing.
No, he would need to apply for one, and that's what that letter says. It says, we'll take this protest to the board. We don't think they're going to say yes to hear it because of the timing. There is the 2525D option if they say.
I'll go
no.
ahead and read it. So we were in receipt of this letter on September 30th. We wrote this letter on October 1st. Dear property owner, we received your protest on September 30th, 2021. The appraisal review board is currently scheduled to meet on October 7th today. The late protest you filed will be placed on that meeting's agenda, and the ARB will make a determination as to whether to grant your hearing or not. Since the protest was not followed by the deadline contained in the property tax code on 41.44, the chief appraiser of the Aransas County Appraisal District Group most likely recommend to the ARB to dismiss your protest, which I do. Should the ARB decide to grant a hearing, then you will be notified by mail 15 days prior to another hearing. There is another remedy to file a protest after the deadline date for which you may enable to go forward. Tax code 2525D allows for a property owner and ask for correction to the appraised value. To obtain relief under this section, the ARB must determine that if your value is appraised by the district for more than 1/3 of the property's actual market value. If the ARB grants relief under the section, you would be required to pay each of the affected taxing units the correction penalty equal to 10% of the amount of taxes as calculated on the basis of correction appraised value. This amount is secured by a lien on the property similar to the lien of securing payment of the property taxes. I have attached the comptroller's form 50-230 motion to correct hearing for 1/3 overappraised error for your review and completion should you decide to file this motion. According to the property tax code, by January 31st, you must file this motion and you must pay property tax at a minimum at the value of the property that is not in dispute, or risk forfeiting your right to proceed to the final determination of the ARB. You must be excused from the payment. You may be excused from the payment requirement if you file an oath of inability to pay taxes, and if the ARB determines such a payment requirement would constitute an unreasonable restraint on your right of access by the board. Please contact me if you have any questions. And it was sent by Val Smith. So this is the kind of language that's in there. Basically, if he wants, this property owner wants to file a 2525D, they can.
So he hasn't replied to that.
No.
We just discussed it and wait and see if he files it for the 2025, right?
It's whatever you want to do.
Because when it comes to the section 41-411, he just flat missed the deadline,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's.
He's claiming that he did not receive notice of the notice of appraised value. That's his claim.
Right. And of course, I've looked in the account and it does show that we generated a notice of appraised value for that account.
That's correct.
I think we should dismiss it and see what he does.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on property ID here.
But you want to write him a letter
16139.
denying approach, 41 protest
16139.
and encouraging a 2025.
I'm encouraging, you
Yeah.
would have told him to do that, but I guess you put it in that same kind of letter.
Okay, I make a motion on property ID 16139 that we do not grant Sterling Bray a hearing on section 41-411. But that we direct the appraisal district to provide him information for a 25-25D hearing should he want to pursue that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I believe that's all the business I'm aware of.
Oh, my gosh, not bad. It's only. Considering,
Yeah,
got a lot
considering all
to
we
do.
got done.
I'd like a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
That was a day.
We're adjourned.
It was a day and a half.
So we'll see you
Oh, we've got it
November
in our
1st.
Oh, okay.
November 1st in the afternoon, 1 o'clock. Which all indicated.
Yes. Okay.
Well, we'll see you all in
Thank you all
a
very
couple of
much.
weeks.
So,
Well,
close
the
this out.
moderator's driving me home.
Yes.
All righty. Let's see.